Let's do it. Credentials will continue their jobs. Our hardworking Credentials Committee. Let's go, let's go. The Alabama delegation. Looks like they're all seated and ready for the debate. Props to Alabama. Tennessee, where are you? California, the second half of Tennessee is in their seats. Beautiful. California is somewhat in their seats. I'd love to see it. Tennessee Chair Josiah Baker ushering people to their seats. Where are my presidential candidates? I'm going to get loud on this thing because you are all still very loud in this room. You are cheerful and boisterous and ready for a debate, but you must find your way to your seats. And our candidates must find their way to the stage. I love it. I love to see it. Look at this. Look at these beautiful faces. If I can get some quiet in the room, I'd like to introduce our moderator. But we want to be quiet and be respectful of these men who have worked so hard for so many months, some of them over a year, and you're all still chattering away. Chatter, 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 chatter. See how annoying that is? It's so awful. It's just because you're so excited, right? You know what's exciting? Starting. So awesome. Starting. We love to debate and argue. We have the ultimate debate me bro culture. It is amazing. I embrace it. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Are you all ready? Fantastic. We have some beautiful faces up here. We've got Mike Termott. We've got Joshua Smith. We've got Michael Rechtenwald. We've got Chase Oliver. We've got Charles Ballet, and we've got Lars Mapstead. I believe we've got an hour and a half set aside for this debate. I'm not sure if you all, some of you I know, caught a recent debate between Laura Loomer and Dave Smith on Israel. It was a very hot debate. It was very well moderated by Liam Cosgrove, a reporter from the Gray Zone, and we are very happy and excited to welcome him to moderate our presidential debate. Liam, welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys. I did not moderate that debate with Laura Loomer and Dave Smith, but thank you nonetheless. So yeah, I'm happy to be here. I've always been a libertarian, so I love the energy in here. Yeah, let's just get into it. Let's not waste any time. So my first question for you guys tonight, who is your least favorite founding father? Let's start with Michael. Your least favorite founding father. And how come? If just briefly say why.
Well, he was a central government fanatic. We wanted to institute the central government, the federal government over us, and this abrogated the sovereignty of the states that was supposed to be the constitutional arrangement of the United States. So, big government, centralization, all our enemies. Thank you.
Joshua?
Probably Alexander Hamilton as well. I listen, I'm a staunch anti-federalist. If we could get rid of the federal government today, that'd be the best.
Yeah, let's just keep going down the line this way, and then we'll come to Chase.
My turn?
Yep.
Franklin Roosevelt, who thought he was founding a brand new damn country, and we're not going to stand for it. The idea of imposing on us what he thought was a new deal was completely unacceptable. It changed the United States in a very, very profoundly bad way. We need to reverse that and impose a new relationship between us and government, out of government. We should not be tolerating what someone thinks is a good idea or a good new deal along the way.
Okay. That's not a founding father, but if it's all going to be Hamilton if we don't switch it up. So go for anybody.
We've already had two people beat on the stage, Alexander Hamilton, but I feel like spreading the wealth around. So I'm going to pick John Adams, our second president, the guy who got the power the second time. And one of the first things he did was pass the Alien and Sedition Act. That made it a crime to criticize your government. Who would be guilty if we had the crime to criticize our government in this hall? I know I would be. So you have a free speech in this party, and that's what we're saying that for. And anybody who fights against it, they have the libertarians proved right at it.
Oddly enough, I would agree with Mike. Hamilton, Federalist papers. I'm a statesman. I believe in states' rights. I'm more Jeffersonian. I think the federal government has taken a hold of our lives and is far too pervasive in this day and age, and it needs to be brought under some control. You know, we had a balance back in those days where people would argue and say that we need states' rights as opposed to federal rights. And Hamilton was a federalist. So I absolutely agree with Mike on this.
So I would take any of our founding fathers over anybody that we have in Congress right now, because they were all, thank you, they were all for limiting our government way more than the giant bureaucratic state that we have morphed into. They would all be rolling over in their graves right now if they knew what was going on in this cesspool of a city that we are in right now.
Tom's got some better something about the father.
Okay, fair enough. Now we're going to switch to incrementalism versus radicalism. That's often a debate internally here at the Libertarian Party. I'm going to refer to what Clint Russell said yesterday with Vivek, where he said, why not just abolish the FBI, the CIA, and put nothing in its place? To you guys, would you do that? And name, please, which three-letter agencies you would abolish in your first term, and make it the list as long as you want. Let's start with Lars and come down this way.
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, which do you agree with, Clint Russell saying abolish things like the FBI-CA, replace them with nothing, and then name additional ones that you would abolish and never replace?
Yeah. So for me, the top of the list is the Federal Reserve. We got to get rid of this thing. It is stealing your money each and every day. It is stealing every American's dollars out of their pocket by devaluing the currency that are in your pocket. They're reducing your standard of living. Their built-in mandate is to rob you every single day. Unlike taxes, it's hidden. We don't know about it. We got to get rid of the Federal Reserve. We got to get rid of the corrupt IRS that goes and makes criminals out of people. Criminals out of people for not filing their paperwork on time. It makes you waste all your time and energy complying, and if you don't comply, they throw you in jail. I'm sick and tired of the government stealing our money and then using it to drop bombs on kids in faraway lands. I want to abolish the NSA, the security state, the FBI, the CIA. Look, I want to abolish all the alphabet agencies because they all suck. I would love to wave a magic wand and make them all go away, but that's not how it works. And so we have to actually have a plan to get rid of these things. And that is what my campaign is all about, planning to get rid of the state. I want to reduce the state to as close to zero as possible, and if we have no state, I'm totally happy with that as well.
Sure. So my stance on this is very similar to many of our candidates up here, is that I believe many of these organizations need to be brought to light and their attacks on our liberties dismantled. We have innumerable organizations throughout this country right now that infringe upon our liberties. We have basically schools that aren't functioning properly. We have a medical center or careers that are just plagued with bureaucracy. We have an IRS that you can't contact should you have questions and problems. So yes, I think all of these organizations, need to be made smaller. I mean, think about it. If you have a tax problem, you can't call the IRS and somehow get some sort of answer. You have to wait for a letter for 6 months. If you want to do things with your children that may be outside of the norm for education, you have to go back and you have to, figure out ways to be able to navigate a system that's plagued with inadequacies. Our children are growing up being basically they're being brainwashed into this woke society right now, and it's not right. There's something that is vehemently wrong about a government, a one-size-fits-all from Washington, D.C., coming down to the state of Louisiana and saying, our children need to be taught these values, not your values. These things need to be changed. Yes, there are innumerable organizations. The IRS, right? The Fed, right? Why can't we fix the Department of Education? Our founding fathers would be viscerally just upset right now to see what this country has become. And we need people that are willing to stand up, but at the same time, we damn well need people to be able to reach across the aisle and work with other people. Because if we think that just this small group of people in this room are going to change things in this world, it's not going to happen. We need to have a voice, make progress, we need to win elections, and we need to do good for this country.
So I noticed you said fix the Department of Education, so that is not an abolish?
No, so I personally think that there should be some standards. So when anyone's children out here get out and decide that they're, say, 15, 16, hear me out, right? Hear me out. I think reading, writing, arithmetic, right? I don't think your children should be, I think there needs to be alternate pathways to education. You should be able to train your child. You should be able to choose what it is you want your children to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Good job.
So I got started as a political activist fighting against the federal government, and the federal government I was fighting against was the war machine. The war machine that exports death and destruction all over the world, kills innocent people all over the world with our tax dollars and our names. But the truth is the war machine does not just exist overseas. The war machine exists here at home. There are all kinds of federal agencies that ruin your privacy, that attack your inherent rights, and those are the agencies we need to get rid of, starting with the entire DHS department. Altogether needs to be completely eliminated. The post-9/11 state needs to be dismantled piece by piece, and then we tear down the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, and every other federal agency that has invaded our lives, invaded our privacy, bring our governance back to ourselves. Self-government is the greatest local government, and if you're not committing force, fraud, coercion, theft, your life is your life, not the government's, and get them the hell out of it.
So, real quick, what about the DOD?
So I believe that we need to have a military to defend ourselves, but it doesn't need to be exporting its death and destruction all over the world. Our military footprint should not be anywhere but in the United States of America to protect us from sovereign invasion. And let me tell you right now, no one would ever do that. Why? Because we also have a well-armed citizen population. If they bring war to our shores, we'll bring it right to them. But nowhere else will we export war and death around the world.
Well, I'm so glad that over the course of this campaign, I have moved the Overton window amongst the Libertarian candidates for president towards anti-statism. Please. I was the first to say that the state is a parasite. I want to make clear, I'll premise this by saying, I am running to restore the Libertarian Party to the radical vision of David Nolan, Murray Rothbard, and Harry Brown. I'm not running to reform the state. I'm running to dismantle it. I call for an obvious, immediate end to the Federal Reserve, the CIA, the military-industrial complex, the NSA spying, and the crushing regulatory regime. So that is all the alphabet agencies plus. So this is not a campaign about tweaking the central government, riding into Washington as like a white knight to fix things. This is a campaign to dismantle the state. Let's go.
All right, Josh, you're up.
Oh boy, I think in a room full of libertarians, the better question is which three-letter alphabet agencies wouldn't we abolish, right? I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Of course we want to abolish all the three-letter agencies. Of course we agree with Clint Russell, who's a very smart man. I love him to death. But there's also some gray area here. The president doesn't actually have the power to go in and abolish all these agencies. And what we need to do is have a plan. It's very important that we have a plan. We go in. We have to, on day one, start laying off 75% of the workforce in the federal agencies. That's how we're going to start to abolish these things. These people have been oppressing the middle class in America for far too long. The administrative state has grown out of control. They're out there infiltrating Catholic groups with the FBI. They're going to soccer moms and calling them domestic terrorists for being worried about their children's health care. It's grown so big, they were supposed to go after interstate serial killers and interstate sex traffickers. So we have to go in, we have to lay off 75% of the workforce, we have to start moving people to maintenance departments around the country, and whatever's left can go after what they were intended to go after. But of course we want to abolish these agencies. Of course these agencies are absolutely detrimental to a free America. My intention is to go into Washington with my baseball bat and start tearing them down on day one. My elbow will be absolutely sore. Thank you very much.
My fellow libertarians, there is absolutely no reason you should tolerate an agency. I don't care how many letters it has. If it changes from 3 letters to 2 letters or 4 letters, you're going to put up with that bullshit? I don't think so. Look, we should not be up here talking about how it is that we're going to reform the Department of Education. If you can't figure out how to raise your children, are you really going to look to Washington to help guide you through that process? We should not be in the business of talking about even how to reform the Defense Department. The Defense Department makes decisions like invading Afghanistan and invading Iraq, and let this sink in. Spending not billions but trillions of dollars, not costing thousands of lives but over 1 million. Does that sound like a decision that you would make? Does that sound like a decision that your fellow Americans would make? Does that sound like a decision that you could find anybody in your neighborhood to go along with? There is no reason that you should tolerate a government that makes decisions that are absolutely counter to your values and to your interests. Not only should we sunset every single one of these agencies, except for the Department of Defense, we should be sunsetting the Department of Defense. The reason for this is because it needs to be reconstituted. If you believe, as many libertarians apparently do, that we need a Defense Department to protect our border, it has to start from scratch. It cannot start with the Defense Department that we have today. And the same needs to be said for each of the other agencies. It might be true in some alternative universe, and I know how, to reform the FBI. But I got to tell you, as someone who has spent decades in and around watching the FBI, it's not worth it. There is nothing there worth saving. You need to end it. You need to end it and start from scratch. And one more thing. If someone tells you that they can reform monetary policy without ending the Federal Reserve System, they are not an economist, or else I'm not, and I damn well am.
And the Fed, and the Fed, and the Fed, and the Fed.
All right, so here's another topic that is pretty hotly debated, probably in this room, and that's immigration. There are the old open borders libertarians, and there's today's bordertarians, I've heard them called, the Dave Smith camp, we gotta, protect the southern border. So if you guys could, give me a answer for your immigration policy. Are you an open borders libertarian? Let's start with Chase.
So I'm a libertarian who supports a 21st century Ellis Island model. I want people to come through our ports of entry, declare who they are, and come right on in and let the free market do its work. We can determine where our labor comes and goes with the free movement of people. That doesn't mean you don't have enforcement along the border. That doesn't mean you don't protect people from human trafficking, sex trafficking, these kinds of crimes. But it means that 99.9% of people who are stuck in the process right now could get through the process, get to work, start producing economic activity, and actually being a benefit to this country and not stuck behind charity or welfare. That's what we need in this country. I actually toured the border. I spoke to business owners who said, I would desperately like to hire some of these immigrants, but they're prevented to because of the process, and now they're stuck with charity and welfare that's coming out of the taxpayers' dollars. That doesn't sound like a good deal for us, doesn't sound like a good deal for the immigrants, doesn't sound like a good deal for the market. So let people come on through, let people work as they want to, and of course, with seasonal labor, where I come from in Georgia, agriculture is our largest industry. Let these people come and work during the time that we need planting and harvesting, take their money back home instead of staying stuck here on the welfare programs. That is a true immigration policy that supports the free movement of people. The free movement of people, goods, and capital is a libertarian ideal that I will stand up and fight for against the statists and those who say that we can't have a sensible immigration policy in this country.
So yes or no, open borders or not?
A border that allows anybody to move
Yes or
through.
no, open borders or not?
Do you want to build a wall? I don't want to build a wall.
I don't want to
within the
build a
domain.
wall, but it sounds like you want an open border. Which is it? Yes or no?
A border where people who are peaceful can freely move.
Is that
yes.
a yes?
Let's
or is
Yes,
that a
in
no?
line with our plank of our party, yes, I support the free movement of people, goods, and capital across
movement of
borders.
people.
Yes.
Let's define open borders. So basically, open borders would be someone shows up to the facility, they get an ID, we fingerprint them or whatever, and then they're free to go.
Yeah, so long as they're not wanted for a crime that requires us to exercise extradition. If they are, and they feel they're a political prisoner, that's when you apply for asylum. But right now, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of people applying for asylum because it's the only way they know how. If we simplified the process, you wouldn't have this gunk up in the courts, and you would have free movement of labor. Most immigrants in this country are peaceful people. 40% of the people in this country can identify a relative that came through Ellis Island. This country was built by immigrants. We need to facilitate that and to let the free market be free.
All right, let's go down the line this way.
Sure. So I'm a states' right guy, and I think that states should have a right to determine who it is that they want in their states. But where I believe in libertarianism is that, I've treated a lot of persons from across this world, and a lot of persons that came up from Central America, and these are good people, and I agree wholeheartedly. Most of the persons that are coming into this country are not bad individuals. We just happen to have a system right now where social services are just giving out hand over fist products and goods to persons who couldn't get it in their homeland, and they're looking for a better way of life. Right? And we are a party that believes in individual rights and taking care of people and freedoms and personal autonomy. So deny these people the ability to come get a better way of life is completely antithetical to what it is that we all espouse here in this room. So what do I think needs to happen? I think we need to change the tax code. I think we need to make it so that if someone's coming into the system, they can pay into the system. It's asinine to think that you can come into the United States of America right now and you want to work, but you can't, and you can't legally. And so now you have persons that may be on the other side of the aisle that say, damn these people, they're taking what I want, what I've paid for. So if we made this whole system easier, people would be accepted, and we can make it so that person can come across the border, and they can produce things, and they can be beneficial to our society. Absolutely. So I think we need to change. While we're going about saying that we need to open borders or close borders, we need to fix the system right now that's in place, which is primarily how we go about giving out social services, which need to be cut.
Might have to.
Lars.
I don't know about you, but I'm tired of watching mothers and children crawl under barbed wire across rivers. I'm tired of families being separated and children being trafficked across our border. And the reason for this is the failed freaking drug war. We gave a monopoly to the cartels who are trafficking humans across our border. There's only one function of the Border Patrol, and that is to keep bad people out and let good people in. We need to end the chaos at the border. The chaos at the border is caused by the Democrats and the Republicans who don't want to do anything about it, because they are using that to fundraise. They are using that to divide America. Why don't they offer actual freaking solutions? We need to end the welfare state so that we are not driving people to come and get free stuff. But we also need to allow the free movement of people so that we can have the workers that we need. I live in an area where there is a lot of migrant workers. I live in an area where there's a lot of high-tech workers. It's very difficult to get jobs because the freaking federal government is in the way. Let the market work.
Michael.
Oh, wait, am I done?
Oh, you?
I got one more thing.
Okay.
We have 21 visas currently in order to get into the United States. We need to reduce this down to 3 very simple things. You want to be a visitor, you want to be a worker, or you want to be an immigrant. Let people come, and then let corporations back those people, find them jobs, get them working in America, and becoming productive members of society.
It's no secret that we have a humanitarian crisis regarding immigration. This crisis has been caused by several factors. First of all, the war on drugs. The war on drugs has led to immigrants bringing not only drugs into the country illegitimately, in the sense that they are not labeled, they are not properly, the drugs are not properly given information as to what is in them and so forth. It's also caused by the foreign interventionism of the United States, which has displaced millions of people around the world. It's also caused by trade barriers, which have caused companies to move to not produce in those countries where those people live. People like their homes generally. The problem is we've had trade barriers that restrict production and make it difficult for people to get jobs where they live. And there's one more factor that has exacerbated this crisis, and that is the administration of social welfare to incoming immigrants. This is a fact that we must face. This has artificially incentivized people to immigrate. It has distorted the market, if you will, and I hate to talk in market terms and when people are involved, but nevertheless, it has distorted the market for immigration, unduly incentivizing people to come here. Like everything else in my campaign, I am for the privatization of immigration. Everything should be privatized. So I call for a invitation-based immigration system in which people are invited to come, and then those sponsors, they assume liability for those immigrants. This is not an illiberal plan, because it'll actually bring more immigrants into the country and give them a place to work, a place to live, and so forth. I don't like the bifurcation, the false dichotomy of open borders versus bordertarian. I think this is a mischaracterization. Nobody here is calling for shutting people out from the country. What we're saying is, what is the best way to bring it about? What is the best way to administer it? Privatize it. Everything should be privatized, including immigration. Thank you.
Sometimes I think as libertarians we forget that we have two ears and one mouth. We're up here today to try and govern a nation that deserves to have a sovereign nation. 12% of the population of the United States today can hardly put food on the table. The Federal Reserve is a giant counterfeiting machine that's stealing our wealth through a tax called inflation. A third of our federal budget is going to warfare in countries most of us couldn't point out on the map. And we're worried about everybody else in the world except for Americans. It's absolutely asinine to me. We've got to come up with a plan to take care of Americans first. I've called myself the America First Libertarian. I know a lot of people might hear that and be upset about it, but it's the truth. Look, we're trying to govern a nation. We're trying to run for president. We have people out there that have fears. They're worried about how they're going to put food on the table. The middle class is disappearing at an expansive rate. It's getting insane to watch, to try and feed your children today. Our food bill has gone from $800 a month to almost $2,000 a month in the last 4 years. We are full. America's full. Listen, we've got to worry about Americans first. It's very important. If you want to be a sovereign nation, you cannot flood the borders. 1.7 million Nazis flooded the border of Poland. We had 6 million flood our border in Texas last year. It's time to change. Thank you.
That's some serious bullshit right there. The truth of the matter is that immigration is good for America. It has been good for America for over 300 years. It is one of the things that not only defines America, but distinguishes us from other modern democracies around the world. It makes us stronger economically. It makes us stronger culturally, socially, and it even makes us stronger fiscally, as long as you don't do something stupid like pass out free money as people are coming across the border. You heard something that wasn't quite true a few minutes ago. You heard someone say that there's no one up here for a closed border and to shut people out. That's not true. We've got a couple of guys right here with the idea of closing the border to future Americans, to Americans who just haven't checked in yet. We want a system whereby which people can get in here absolutely rapidly. We want people to get in here as quickly as possible. That means deploying the right technology to the border to make sure, as Chase said, that you don't have someone coming in with a felony warrant in some nation for doing something weird. Other than that, we should be welcoming people into the United States as rapidly as possible. This is what makes America great.
6 million last year wasn't rapidly enough?
We want people coming into the United States, building families, building our economy, bringing their entrepreneurial spirit. This is what sets us apart. It is true that I have been to the border where you guys have not been. I have seen human trafficking with my own 2 eyes. I know how dangerous it is. I know it needs to be shut down. That can be done with modern technology. But this idea of waiting for some American to invite people in order to be inside of the United States, we can't have it. I'm here to invite the entire nation of Cuba
into my state.
Are you going to have them in your living room too?
Okay, thank you. We're going to transition to foreign policy here. I assume everyone on this stage is against most foreign aid, but I want people to make a judgment call here. And so the question is the Israeli government an ally or an adversary to the American people? Not the American government, but to the American people. Let's start with Mike and come down.
This mic?
Yes.
Super. The Israeli government is a sovereign nation that deserves to have an independent foreign policy, and so do we. We can no longer be linked to someone else's good ideas or bad ideas. We need to stop the idea of spreading foreign aid around the world and then expecting other people to do what it is that we want them to do. I predict by the end of 2024, not only will the American people make their voice clear that we recognize foreign aid to be a stupid idea, but I further predict that the nation of Israel will foster a government that makes the same damn decision, that it is no longer in their interest to maintain a relationship with Washington. Washington does a lot of stupid things, let's be honest. But at the top of that list is developing relationships around the world that try to impose on the American people treaties that we recognize do not align with our values. It does not align with your principles and values to send your children and your trillions of dollars to defend Europe against a Russian army that we should no longer fear the way that we did 30 years ago, just because our Western allies refuse to spend as much a proportion of their GDP on defense as we do. This is a stupid policy. It is a stupid policy for us to be fostering a war in Ukraine. We need to bring that to a close as quickly as possible. It is not in our interest to continue to send the signal around the world that we are prepared to go to war over microchips to maintain a relationship with China and Taiwan. This is completely stupid. And so the answer regarding Israel is the Israeli people are absolutely allies of ours, and their government needs to be independent from ours.
But is their government an ally of ours? That was the question.
Their government is independent of ours. A libertarian-minded administration would not put such a silly label on a government as being an ally or an adversary. That government
is
needs
our
to be,
government an ally of ours or an adversary?
Our government is an adversary.
Okay.
The Israeli government is neutral.
It's neutral, okay.
As long as the Israeli government
got an
doesn't
answer.
try to
It's
tax
neutral.
my income, they can
Let's go
make
to
their own
Josh.
decisions.
We're talking about the same Israeli government that propped up and funded Hamas so they could get support on the national stage to send our sons and daughters to war. That Israeli government, that's not my ally. I promise you that's not our ally. Look, I'm sick and tired of us sending our sons and daughters to die all over the world in places that most of the people could not point out on the map, and always comes back to Israel. This is a tripwire for war with Iran. Is that what we want? While we're pushing our fingers in the chest of Russia and China at the same time, we want to mess with Iran because of Israel, this same country that has propped up the terrorist group that everybody's mad about today. Absolutely no ally of ours. Sick of it. No more.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, when this term ally is used with reference to certain nations, in this case Israel, it's always used really by those who have particular objectives, and those are neocon objectives. The Israeli government has not only extorted billions of dollars from American taxpayers to support its military exploits, it has killed thousands and thousands of people using our dime, using our money, using our arms. That is an outrage. It's a double violation of the non-aggression principle. We're being extorted to pay for it, and it's being used to murder people. That has got to stop. Furthermore, the state of Israel is using its proxies in the United States to control various members of our Congress and Senate. That is something that also has to stop. AIPAC should be declared a foreign agent. We need to have allies around the world, but that is not going to be accomplished through military exploit. We must have allies in free trade, cooperation, and peace. Thank you.
So you asked the question if the government of Israel is a friend to the American people. I posit to you that the government of Israel is not a friend to the Israeli people. Many people within Israel are crying out for peace. They're crying out for a ceasefire, and they know their government is a right-wing war machine. And I oppose it 100%. But are they an ally to the American people? No one who asks that our government sell them arms to go kill people overseas is an ally to us, because it exports our principles with bombs and bullets, and that creates blowback. And we know what that blowback creates. And so no, any government that takes our money to kill other people overseas is not an ally to the American people, because it's exporting our values with violence. And I oppose the war machine 100%. I am anti-war to the core. And if you want a candidate that will fight the war machine, I'm your man.
So I don't believe in war. I never have. I've given my entire adult life to helping people. The idea of sending monies off to foreign countries, whether it's Israel, Ukraine, whether it's down to Korea, whether it's somewhere in Africa, if we're talking about Guatemala, this is abhorrent. This is something that none of us in this room should espouse. I mean, we don't like this. Can they be an ally? They can be an ally if we're not daddy warbucks, if we're not sending munitions. If somebody can't be a friend to us because we can't send them munitions and monies, then they weren't a friend to begin with. Now, you also have to remember that this was not created by the United States, right? Post-World War I, all of this was chopped up in World War II by England, and then we suddenly recognized Israel, right? So these are problems that other countries have created, and now the United States people are funding it. And let's not forget, we're $35 trillion in debt. We cannot afford this across the world. We can't take care of our own people on any given day. Tuesday, when I go back to work, I'm going to have some old person that comes into my clinic that can't afford electricity, food, water, medicines, and that is just abhorrent. There's something wrong with this. Let's spin, spin, spin. Let's print money, print money, print money, and somehow the world loves us because we keep giving, giving, giving. It's time to stop this nonsense.
There was a good point mentioned earlier. If our federal government is not our ally, how can any other foreign country be our ally? I want to promote peace, and I want to stop funding war. Like these gentlemen said, we're $35 trillion in debt. We can't afford one more bomb to go overseas to be dropped on kids in faraway lands. We have to end the war machine. We have to stop the military-industrial complex. It is eating us alive. It is the largest lobby in Washington. It's got to go.
I oppose it even if we could afford it. Sorry.
I don't know about you, but I watch the news, and I watch the children dying across the country, or across the world, and it brings me to tears. I have children. And I see my children in those children's faces. I don't want us to bomb any more kids.
Okay, we'll do one more on foreign policy. This is on Ukraine. So just yesterday, the chief of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, advocated that NATO weapons should be used by Ukraine to strike Russian territory. So we could very soon be in a situation where our weapons are being used against Russian civilians in Russia. What does that mean if you guys are president? How do you end this war? How do you avoid World War III? Let's start with Chase. And
like I said, I'm anti-war to the core. That includes everywhere where we export the war machine. That includes Eastern Europe as well as Israel. And the first thing we have to do is remove ourselves from entangling alliances like NATO. That doesn't mean that we abandon everybody. We didn't have a NATO when we fought World War II. We didn't have to have one because when fascism comes to the door and the real war comes to your door, you fight it. But we don't have to say, hey, if a war comes to someone else's door, we need to immediately fight that war. We should not be bound by such a contract. And so, yes, I support removing ourselves from NATO, removing ourselves from the war machine altogether. And if we want to have a response to Ukraine, say anybody who doesn't want to be conscripted to fight on any side of the war should be allowed to come to the United States on an asylum claim, because I oppose conscription. I oppose being forced to go fight in a war if you don't want to. And that should be the only action we take to facilitate peace and respect our international neighbors.
Okay. Let's go to Michael.
Yeah, a little history of this region and our involvement in it is due. First of all, the United States, with the CIA and Nuland, orchestrated a coup, the maiden coup, to replace the then Russian neutral president with a Russian hostile president. And then it kept exacerbating the tensions by threatening to include Ukraine in NATO. And this NATO has expanded since the end of the Cold War, which makes absolutely no sense. When the threat was diminished, it kept expanding eastward, serving as a provocation. I'm not justifying anything that Russia did, but the United States' involvement has exacerbated this to no end. And now we're on the precipice of a full nuclear war. That's an outrage. We must end all funding and all arms to Ukraine. We must not have American bombs used to kill Russians or anybody else. It is time to withdraw a foreign policy that is not based on foreign interventionism. It's time to advocate peace in our foreign policy. Thank you.
Okay, let's go over here. Yep.
Myself or
Yeah.
Lawrence? Okay. Sorry. I think we need to tell them, listen, if you guys are going to support invading Russia and using bombs to do so, we're out. Consider us out of NATO. I rarely agree with Mike twice in the same day, but I think he's correct in this regards. We made a promise back in the early 90s at the fall of USSR that we were not going to include Ukraine into the NATO, right? Now, consequent, Russia has invaded. Some of Ukraine are taking back some of the property. But at the same time, post the fall of the USSR, the whole idea of NATO growing doesn't make any sense. The whole fall of the USSR should have made this world safer. Yet somehow we continue to fight and fight and fight. So I think, like all things, businesses, etc., we're free market. There needs to be a start. There needs to be an end. The idea that we have gotten into this promise that we will continue to fund and fund and fund without a seemingly end goal just doesn't make any sense. So we need to do everything we possibly can to take this needle and turn it to peace. We shouldn't be giving bombs to other countries. If someone's going to start throwing bombs into a territory of another sovereign nature, we need to be out of it. Say, listen, this is going to start World War III, and we want no part of it. We love our children. We love our people. We can't afford it. It's not right. It's not morally correct.
Josh.
We've heard the correct answer to this for 25 years in Congress from a great man called Dr. Ron Paul. When he said, free trade for all, entangling alliances with none. That's the absolute answer to this. We've got to pull out all funding from NATO. We've got to stop sending bombs and exporting death around the world. We've got to have a foreign policy that worries about Americans first. Period. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Lars.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember, some of you remember, when I was a kid, I had to do duck and cover drills because Russia was going to bomb us. And I had to hide under my desk when I was 6 or 7 years old. And I was terrified of Russian bombs killing all of America and the end of the world. And this fear was driven into me. And I was certain that this was going to happen all the way up to the day that the Berlin Wall fell. And why did the Berlin Wall fall? Did it fall because we had a tank? Did it fall because we had a gun pointed at them? No, it fell because of the free market, because people want to be free. cannot even police Detroit or San Francisco, how the hell are we supposed to be policing the rest of the world? Again, we're $35 trillion in debt. We cannot afford to be spreading military-industrial complex crap around the world. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. We can't afford it anymore. I'm always on the side of less death. We cannot get peace in the world. We cannot be the protectors and projectors of peace in the world if we're tied into every country on earth bombing the crap out of them. We spent 20 years replacing the Taliban with the Taliban. Our government sucks at foreign policy. We need to get the government out of foreign policy and start promoting peace around the world.
Mike, last answer.
I'm not Lars this time, am I? I get to play myself. Look, NATO has to go. That's the bottom line. NATO was a mediocre idea 50 years ago. It was a bad idea 25 years ago. And today it represents a death machine. The reason there is a war in Ukraine today, and I'm sorry to have to break the bad news to anyone whose feelings are going to get hurt. The reason there is a war in Ukraine today is because of NATO. That's the truth of the matter. It's not a matter of just the United States pulling out. Absolutely, the United States needs to stop funding NATO, but we need to stop being a member of NATO. If the European alliance decides that they need to stand up to the Russian army in some weird way, notwithstanding what we've all learned about the Russian army over the last couple of years, then they can knock themselves out. They can start spending the money that they believe that they need to fund themselves. But count us out. The reason NATO is such an important question is because this election is not going to be about small ideas. It's not going to be about reform. It's going to be about big ideas. It's going to be about changing the way that our government works, the way that we present ourselves to the world. We need to present to the world a foreign policy that reflects our values, not the values of a war machine. And our values are those of peace and prosperity. Let there be absolutely no mistake. There is no such thing as prosperity in any other fashion than through peace. You have been told by neocons for 50 years that it's all about prosperity because of pushing the idea of war. The idea that we would become more wealthy if we were militarily stronger. And this has been encapsulated by that stupid phrase, peace through strength. And the truth of the matter is that that's just not how it works. Whether your values and ethics align with mine or not, I'm here to break the news to you. Strength comes from peace, not the other way around.
Okay, we're going to transition to a COVID question. Everyone on this stage obviously is against lockdowns, is against vaccine mandates. So, what, sorry? A COVID question. Oh, okay. So, to make it more interesting, I'm going to phrase it, were the vaccines safe and effective? Would you abolish the FDA, NIH, and CDC? Let's go to Michael first.
Yes, as we were told, the vaccines were supposedly safe and effective, safe and effective. They repeated this all over the news. This was total propaganda. The whole COVID regime was a propaganda war against the American people. During this crisis and before it, I saw through the propaganda myself. I spoke around the country, detailing and arguing against the COVID totalitarianism under which we suffered. And this was a time of unprecedented propaganda, lies, and chicanery.
There was nothing safe about it. There was nothing effective about it, and it was a total disaster. Trump, for rolling it out, is utterly should be condemned and earn our complete enmity. So, no, the COVID vaccines were not safe and effective. They were an utter disaster. And I should say that I saw this in the beginning. I spoke and wrote about it all over the place. You can read it on the Mises Institute site. You can read it on my website. I've been in front of this from the very beginning. If the candidate did not see through the COVID propaganda, or if they enforced COVID mandates, then they do not deserve to be the leader of the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
And
That's true. He did vote for Trump.
so, Michael, I'm assuming you would also abolish FDA, CDC,
CDC,
NIH.
FDA, all of them.
Okay.
All together. The entire regulatory regime must go.
Okay, we'll go to Chase.
So we already had the alphabet agency question. Of course, we want to eliminate these agencies that create horrible, horrible violence and basically export government medicine. And let me tell you right now, I don't trust government medicine. I don't trust the FDA to test safety and efficacy of drugs. I think the private market could actually do that a lot better and actually inform consumers about what they're putting in their body, not through government propaganda, but through transparency and actual science, and not government science. I would absolutely get rid of the the NIH, the FDA, the CDC. These are agencies we do not need in our government controlling our lives. We can have independent individuals deciding what they want to do with their body, what medicine they want to take, what doctor they want to visit, and how they run their lives. What we don't need is a government that is so over-intrusive that they tell you you must take a drug to be essential in your life. That is bullshit. I am a grandson of a trucker, and let me tell you right now, there were truckers all over this country that were hailed as heroes until the vaccine came out, and they said, I don't want to take a vaccine, and all of a sudden they became the villain. They brought those goods to they brought the toilet paper you were missing to your Walmart. They really are the heroes, but they were demonized by a government. So no, I will not support the COVID regime. No, I will not support government telling you what to do with your life. The last person you need telling you what to do with your health care is a government agent or a government doctor. Pick your own health care, choose what you want to do with your own bodily autonomy, do whatever the hell you want, and safe and effective. I think everybody, even if you got the vaccine, got freaking COVID, so how effective is that?
Okay, Charles.
Sure. So my take, I've always said it's your body and it's your choice, and I say that every single day of my life. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Play it back, please, please. Now, my take on things are a little bit different, perhaps, than many people in this room, but not all people in this room, because I just met a gentleman who was an ER doc who probably had similar circumstances. So I come from South Louisiana. The largest portion of my population that I treat are persons of color. And there are disparities amongst persons based upon race, right? So I saw many of friends and many of persons that I would consider people that I'd like in life that died as a consequence of this, right? So yeah, I did. I got on stage, and because I've been fighting my whole damn life to try to do well. And guess what? You know what? When I was either too dumb or too stupid. When this came in, I was the guy that was putting airways in people because I chose to be someone to take care of people. And I'm going to stand by that. I don't think the government had any right to come in and tell you to give you a vaccine. Not no, but hell no. I'll say it on TV. Hell no. The government shouldn't do it. In our state, guess what happened? They almost destroyed our culture. We locked people down. We didn't have Mardi Gras. We couldn't have Jazz Fest. We didn't have all the things that makes New Orleans a social society. We didn't see our friends. We would go home at the end of the day, take our damn clothes off and throw them in the washing machine, go take a shower, and then sit down and watch a Zoom call or write a book or do something. And that's something that's wrong. So if you say that I think that somehow we all need to get a jab, the answer is hell no. But to sit up here and argue the efficacy of a vaccine is asinine because not many people on the stage are actually scientists. Yeah, well, don't believe me then. But the bottom line is, I, as a physician, tried to take care of people, and I will go back to my home this coming week, and I will do it.
This
and when
man
they
was
ask,
sent here by Pfizer.
Well, so-
guaranteed.
okay, yeah, $0 by
Guaranteed he was sent
Pfizer.
here by Pfizer.
Right, right. So there you go. So my stance on this is it's your body and it's your choice. I say this every day of my life when I'm taking care of patients. And I believe in taking care of the American people. I've done it for years and years and years, and I have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of patients that will attest to that.
Okay, but so as a doctor, in your view, was it safe and effective?
We saw, so when the first wave of COVID came down, it actually helped cut down hospitalizations. After that, it became ineffective once the virus rolled through society. Right? I'm dealing with data. Look, I'm not advocating you go take a vaccine. That is entirely not the case.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Josh.
Well, I don't know. Does safe mean heart problems for toddlers? Does efficient mean after your fourth booster you can still contract the virus? Listen, I don't only want these agencies abolished, okay? I want these people that ran this scam on us for 4 years, the greatest tyranny of our lifetimes, in jail! The SAFER Act, Fauci, the heads of Pfizer and Moderna, Trump, Biden, everyone, jail! Never again. We will never give up our rights again. Not once. Thank you.
Good work.
Good, Mike.
It's 2024. How many years does it take to learn these lessons? And where were you in 2019 and 2020? I have to admit, I'm a little bit offended by someone who says you were taking care of the American people. I'm sorry. I was out there in 2020 actually taking care of American people. I was the one out there battling against Broward County, battling against Palm Beach County, battling against the city that I was employed by, effectively nullifying what it was that the governor wanted us to do. I'm the one that stood up against economic shutdowns. I'm the one that stood up against social shutdowns. I'm the one that was running a congressional campaign. You all know that stupid photograph on my website of me standing there in that ugly ass yellow shirt. The reason it's there is because I'm standing on top of concrete, leading marches, leading chants, leading protests against the shutdowns, against the mandates, against the stupid masking rules. Where were you in 2020? I've got a problem saying that you were helping the American people. I was out there doing the hard work, and I know some of these other guys were too. Bless your damn hearts. We need to learn the lessons right away and be able to apply those to the future. If you believe that you cannot say in 2024 that those vaccines were ineffective, I'm sorry, you either can't read data or you can't read the room. The truth of the matter is, that for huge portions of our population, the side effects killed more people than the vaccine saved. That is the unfortunate truth. Nobody wants to say that out loud, but at some point you have to admit it. The truth is that what the government did to us, they operated in the shadows because they knew they were not operating in your interest. This is a lesson that we need to apply going forward and for the rest of our lives.
Okay, we'll go to Lars unless Charles, if you want to respond, because he mentioned you.
Sure. I mean, I've said it all along, and I say it again, and I'll say it next week and the following week and for the rest of my life. It's your body and it's your choice. As a physician, it's your overall ability to influence patients' decisions is very, very huge. The idea of telling someone exactly what it is you have to do is not my place. Nor definitely is not the government. I think it was complete overreach. I mean, we can't even stop daylight savings time, yet somehow we're going to stop government policies that really affect people's lives. Do I think taking kids out of school, et cetera, were good? Absolutely not. You're going to see harm for years and years and years. These policies were made, I go back to this, I'm a states guy. These policies were made by in this town, right? So you say, hey, look, we're going to put all these kids at home and they can't go off to school. And now they have to wear a mask. And all these kids now aren't socialized. Most family can't go out there and buy themselves a laptop or a tablet or have their child with a desk or have 3 square meals. And so the people in Washington said, you got to stay home. So what do these kids do? They go home. They don't get educated. They're not socialized. And they've lost years and years and years of their life. And there's something that's bad about that. We're not just talking about adults getting a jab. We're talking about a damn society that's been ruined to some effect for a few years, consequent to government decisions that are made here in Washington.
Michael Rechtenwald is right about this. It's not enough to recognize in 2024. You have to have been there in 2020. You have to have been on the ground in 2020 talking about the fact that the government doesn't have the right to impose these policies. It doesn't matter whether they're right or wrong. 4 years ago, they never had the right to impose them on us in the first place.
All right. I watch a lot of business news. I get most of my news through business. I don't watch TV at all. But I was listening about how China had a new virus going around and that they were locking their citizens in their homes and welding the doors shut. And I remember thinking to myself, thank God I live in America where that would never happen. A month later, I live in California. Gavin Newsom is locking everybody down. He's putting barbed wire across the freaking beaches. He's locking people up for watching the sunset.
Newsom for jail, too.
Newsom for jail, 100%. What I saw Donald Trump completely out of his league. And he completely embraced the swamp creature, Fauci. He listened to all the health agencies, and he didn't have a mind of his own. And he turned COVID into a political football, and he was having daily talk shows while Cuomo was on the other side telling you the Democrat side, and they were battling back and forth instead of letting people make informed decisions for themselves. And then they rolled out Operation Warp Speed. They gave a free pass to all the pharmaceutical companies and gave them qualified immunity. We need to end qualified immunity not only for police, but for the freaking pharmaceutical companies. If you do harm to people, you should pay the price. For me, it should have been information. The government should have given you all the information to make your own informed choice so that you could do what you needed to do for your family, not force you to do with government authoritarianism. And that is what my campaign is all about, is allowing you, the individual, to have your own choice and not let the government tell you how to live your life, what to put in your body, what you can smoke, what you can do in your own home. The government has no business in any of that.
Okay. We're going to go to Q&A. This is the last question. Make it quick. We started with your least favorite founding father. Now let's talk about your favorite founding father. Let's start with Mike and come down.
Wow. I have to admit, I have a fondness in my heart for any guy who walks away from the idea if he could have had more power. And that's why I revere the idea, no, not Paul Revere. I revere the idea of George Washington having walked away when he could have had a third term, he could have had a fourth term. What a lot of people don't remember about those times that I do is that George Washington was so much the obvious choice, they almost didn't even have an election. That's a weird thing. He was so obvious a choice, he didn't need to run for re-election. He could still be president today. And he walked away for the good of the nation. That's what we need. We need a libertarian-minded administration who will leave you the hell alone.
I'm quite fond of a few of the founding fathers, but I'd have to say Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death.
He was a Federalist.
sick of living in America that's less free by the day, and we need to remember that quote by our great founding fathers and start to relinquish some of the power from the federal government. Thank you.
He wasn't exactly a founding father, but he was a major figure in the American Revolution. That's Thomas Paine. Incidentally, I share a birthday with Thomas Paine. Also, incidentally, I grew up in the same town as Ron Paul, Pittsburgh. So let's make it clear where I'm coming from. But I would say as my favorite founding father is Thomas Jefferson. He was the most radical among them, and I think he was writing and arguing for the best case of what this country could be. Thank you very much.
So I do want to start and say Patrick Henry was a Federalist, my anti-Federalist friend, so maybe don't be such a big fan of his. But my choice is Thomas Jefferson. I agree. Thomas Jefferson was a radical individualist. He wanted to devolve government away from central governance, and he was a great founding father. But I think we need to remember this. The dude is not worshipable. None of the founding fathers are perfect. The guy owned slaves, so how really was into freedom was he? We need to have respect for the ideals that these founding fathers gave us, but actually perfect that by fighting for real freedom and not 17th century freedom or holding that up to some sort of ideal that that's the prime thing we need to do. We need to move forward into the next generation of liberty, and that's what I'm fighting for, is that we can be freer tomorrow than we were today. And that's a mission we can fight for together.
Not to agree with everyone, but I would agree with Thomas Jefferson. This gentleman knew to protect against future tyranny. A genius. He believed in states' rights. He knew this is why we have the 10th in the Bill of Rights. He realized that our federal government could grow too large and omnipotent. And he had the foresight to look all the way out to 2024 to say, wait a minute, this is just too big. And it's fascinating to think how genius these individuals were to protect from tyranny. I believe in a smaller government. I believe that things government-wise could be more manageable if they're brought into a smaller level. I've had the good fortune of traveling quite a bit, and it really is nice when you realize that you can go from a country to a country or to a state and meet different people that have different values, and you may not necessarily agree or align with these values, but persons should be able to live as they see fit. This is the whole premise behind libertarianism. It's personal autonomy and the ability of us to make our own bad decisions. And if a state wants to do so, they have the right to do so. So I would agree with him because I am a states' right guy through and through.
Lars.
How many of you have seen some of my memes on the internet? Yeah, a lot of people. One of my best memes that I ever put, and it's not really a meme, it was a quote. And it was a quote by Thomas Paine, and it got something like 6 million views on Facebook. I love Thomas Paine quotes. I couldn't find the one that got me 6 million views, but this one popped up and I thought I would share it with you. The duty of a true patriot is to protect his country from his government.
Okay, great. All right, let's go to audience Q&A. This gentleman here has been standing for a very long time by the number 3. What is your question?
Where's number 3? I don't know.
Oh, we got to turn the mic on. Sorry?
It's all business.
Oh, okay. Who's here for the Q&A? Is there no Q&A? Oh, maybe there's. Okay, here we have one.
Hi there, James Repass, delegate for Virginia. My question for all of you is: everybody evolves over the course of their campaigns. What have you changed the most on over the course of your campaign, if anything at all? Thank you.
Want to start with Lars?
Okay, yeah. So when I first started running, I knew that the system was sort of rigged, but I thought it was mostly our election system was rigged. And I knew that I couldn't just run on unrigged the election system because that's not super sexy to regular Americans. But as I was talking policy with my team, with Larry Sharp, with Michael White, with TJ Ferreira, with Tyler Harris, I was talking with my team, with Dan Johnson, And we were talking through all these policies, and every time we talked about a policy, we said the system is rigged. And I realized that everybody in America has been affected by government in a negative way, and that we have to unrig the system. We have to unrig the criminal justice system. We have to unrig our education system. We have to unrig the healthcare system. We have to unrig our freaking economy. And we have to unrig the goddamn voting system.
Yeah, Charles. So how have you changed over the course of your campaign? Biggest change?
Absolutely. I don't think my political values have. I mean, I got into this race late compared to some. I got into this just because I was viscerally upset of watching the news cycles. I said, you know what, a person can make a change. And so I threw myself into this race. I have a great team. My wife is fantastic, second to none, in my opinion.
Yeah, clap for that. She's good.
But I think what I've come to realize is most of these processes are entirely unfair. I mean, you know, I thought that prior going into this, but now I've really kind of, I understand it wholeheartedly that, you know, all of us unknowns out there are truly not, you know, not worthy of large press and media, et cetera. And there's something wrong with this. I mean, the whole idea of the First Amendment, you know, you would think the news media would be to protect America, to actually make this place better, to try to bring up issues that we all need to talk about without creating so much rhetoric. They have the power to change the populace. They have the ideas of the, you know, I mean, the rhetoric that we have is asinine. We basically look at two parties, a uniparty now, right? The ideas are, we pit one side against the other, but ultimately policy doesn't change. So I think I've changed drastically in this race and thinking and realizing how unfair the whole system is.
So I started running for president right after I ran for U.S. Senate in the state of Georgia and forced the runoff with Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. That race taught me a lot of lessons. First off, it taught me how to be a campaign that can fight with limited funds and with an outfunded opponent. With $20,000, I fought against a $250 million machine, and I forced that runoff with 26 cents per vote. So that's one of the values that I took into this campaign. But I took, how can we use limited resources to punch above our weight in a presidential campaign? Well, I'm so happy that I have a professionalized comms and media and messaging team that can get our message out through utilizing 21st century technology that allows us to target our direct voters and bring them out for a fraction of the cost, using geofencing and other technology to be able to direct target ad. We did this in the state of Virginia. We did this after their convention, and I had, within a day, 3 different delegates asking me how the hell did a Chase Oliver for President ad come on their Hulu when they were watching TV that night. And we did it with a fraction of the cost, with a few $100s. So we learned as a campaign how to utilize limited resources and push it out there. And with, you know, and it's not that we have limited resources. We've raised more money than anybody from donors just like yourselves. But we've used every single dollar to the wisest way possible. And as a candidate, that has professionalized my messaging because I have an amazing team behind me that's helping it. When I ran for Senate, it was pretty much a one-guy job with a very limited core group of supporters, and I knocked on 3,000 doors myself. But with the 500 volunteers we already have and growing, we're going to be able to knock on millions of doors as a campaign when we win this nomination and professionalize our messaging. And I look forward to doing this so we can win the next generation for this party, because most of us became libertarians between the age of 18 and 29, and we've identified that as the population that our campaign is going to target, winning the next generation for liberty, just like all of you got into this party when you were between the ages of 18 and 29, most of you. That's what we're going to do for these kids out there. We're going to break them out of the spell of statism. We're going to wake them up, and we're going to bring millions and millions of people into the tent and say, welcome home to liberty.
Thank you. So we're running low on time, so let's do the second question to these three from you.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Aaron Adams. I'm a delegate from Oklahoma and a longtime campaign worker. I've worked every Libertarian POTUS campaign since 2012 for our selected candidates. And I think it's easy for candidates to speak a libertarian message because we're all libertarians, right? But what I want to ask you about, because I've worked under some really shoddy-ass campaigns, is scale and scope. I want to know about your professional staff. I want to know about your professional strategy. I want to know how you're going to reach voters who have never heard the term libertarian. And please don't tell me bottom-up grassroots activism, because we've been spinning our wheels for 50 years on that. So please give me an answer that is valuable.
Okay, yeah, we'll start with Michael.
Thank you.
So, I have the greatest name recognition beyond the Libertarian Party. I've had appearances on all the major media, and I have the longest documented record in truth-telling, and I am the only candidate with a strategy to bring liberty to the American people. That's decentralization and nullification. And we have a strategy for the campaign. We will work on recruitment. We have a college tour set up in which I will be speaking to college students across the country and talking to them about liberty and libertarianism and the ideas that motivate our party. I have the biggest opportunity to bring more libertarians, more people into the Libertarian Party than all the other candidates. No question about it. I've been on all of these formats. I have the most exposure to media, and I will have the boldest message, a message that will wake people up, not put them to sleep. It's time to wreck the regime.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take this time to note on my staff. I have one of the greatest staffs I've ever worked with on any campaign. Look, when we started this campaign, we didn't know which direction we were going to go. I didn't know if we were going to run it seriously. We did, because of my great staff. Because I have people that work with me every day. I said, what are you good at? They said what they're good at, and they went and did it. It was the most organic thing I've ever seen for a campaign, and it's worked out very well for us. We appreciate you guys. Thank you for all that you've done for us. I could just go on and on and on about them all day. I'm sure you will. But
Yes,
look, this is a media tour, okay? The presidential candidate needs to get out there and get on every single media channel they possibly can, whether it's small, big, mainstream, it doesn't matter. We already have the connections. We're already working on some of the biggest alternative media platforms in the country. Look, Tim Pool gets 2 times the daily viewers that CNN gets every day. Joe Rogan gets 7 times the viewership that CNN gets every day. We don't need the mainstream media anymore. It's done. It's over. You're dying. It's over. We're going to go around and we're going to get on all the alternative media platforms. We're going to tell the Americans there's a better choice. There's a better option. You don't have to pick between Donald Trump and Biden. You have somebody who will start to make the middle class prosperous today. Thank you.
Josh got it all right, except I'm not actually going to prattle on for 15 minutes praising his staff.
Your staff.
Look, you all know that the big differentiating factor in this campaign is our strategy. The reason I got into this is because I knew that I could help push this process in the direction that I wanted it to go. I'm not going to talk to you about the fact that I am the only guy up here with any professional experience in public service. I'm not going to talk to you about the fact that I'm the only guy up here with any experience in public policy at all. What I'm going to tell you is that each one of these guys, for reasons unique to each of them, is absolutely terrific. And when I go on the road representing you, the Libertarian Party, the weirdos out there who voted for me to be on this stage, and I thank you, I will hear people say, hey, I'm a Democratic politician. Aren't I just like you guys? I'm anti-war. I'll say no. I know peace activists. Peace activists are friends of mine, and you people are no Chase Oliver. And I'm going to meet a Republican out there who says, hey, I'm anti-woke. Aren't I just like a libertarian? And I'll say no. I know a guy who has written some of the best prose in the American canon against wokeism. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Michael Rechtenwald. I will hear people out there say, hey, I stand up for a new way to conduct our votes and to stand up for voter integrity. I'll say, no, you are not like a libertarian. I know a guy who has written all about the Voter Bill of Rights. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Lars Mapstead. I will meet a guy out there who says, hey, I want to reform our welfare system. Doesn't that make me just like a libertarian? And I'll say no. I know a guy who campaigns on ending our welfare system because it corrupts our culture and it breaks up our families. He is a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Joshua Smith. And one more thing, I apologize for running on. The rumor is true that the Kennedy campaign has reached out to my campaign not once but twice, and we have told them to go away. And they keep coming back, and they say, oh, but he's so charming, he's so good looking, don't you want to spend the rest of your life with him? I'm sorry, I married good looking, I married charming, and you, sir, are no Nancy Termott.
What? Okay. Okay, I'm told we got to wrap soon, but this guy in the Scottish kilt here has a question that he says is very short.
Aren't you the guy that chased that dude out of the hallway yesterday?
Well, I chased him down. I escorted him out of the hallway.
Ah.
Very important. All right, so this is a short question with a short answer, but I got a little bit of preface there. So let's say it's Wednesday in November, right? You just won the presidency, right? Whichever one of you is answering. Imagine yourself there. You wake up that morning, it's probably like, 10, maybe 11 a.m., if you're lucky. What do you order for breakfast? It's a very important question. You're laughing, but think about it. It's the most important meal of the day. So what do you order for breakfast?
Okay, let's keep that quick. Go down the line. What do you have for breakfast at 10 or 11 a.m.? Yeah, who wants to answer that one?
Yeah, if I'm having breakfast at 11 a.m., it better come with mimosas.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll do brief closing statements and then we will wrap. Let's start with Lars.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you all a question.
Questions.
Are there any real libertarians in the House?
No.
I want to let you the opportunity right now to send a message over this television stations that are watching us. Do we reject Donald Trump and everything he stands for? Do we reject Joe Biden and everything he stands for? Do we reject Robert Kennedy Jr. and everything he stands for? You are all real libertarians. Together, we can break this cycle. Together, we can stop Joe Biden and Donald Trump from taking office in November. I can do this. We have the Stop 270. We can deny them the election and send it to the House of Representatives, where the Congress will pick who will be the next president of the United States. And while we're doing this, we're going to get national attention for the Libertarian Party like nothing has ever been seen before. It is working already. I have been in 18 national polls. Donald Trump is polling me in his internal polling because he is afraid of the Stop 270 plan. He is afraid of my campaign and the organization that I have put forth. We are going to give a giant middle finger to the duopoly this election. The government has completely failed me at every turn. They failed my children with their public education system that is a complete failure, and we have to abolish the Department of Education. We have to end the 50-year failed war on drugs that has created more drug users and addicts than ever before, leaving people on the street to die. We have to get rid of the corrupt IRS has audited me multiple times and almost made me a criminal for nothing. We have to end federal government overreach, and we have to get real change. And what we can do with that, I have the experience, I have the money. I put $1 million of my own money into this campaign. I'm pledging $1 more million of my money into the general election. I'm starting out with a giant war chest. I have the team and the expertise and the plan to actually make this happen. If you don't want to get under 1%, Vote for me, because all these gentlemen here are going to get less than 0.5% when the general election happens. We need a plan to actually make this happen. I have it. Vote for me tomorrow.
Okay. Let's go to Mike for the second one. Try to keep it short because we're running out of time.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. By the way, I don't know how much time I have, but what time I do have, I owe to you people. These minutes are yours, and I appreciate the vote that you took yesterday. I am not going to waste your time by telling you anything other than the absolute damn truth. And there's one thing that needs to be said that we haven't talked about today. And that starts with a story about a phone call that this guy made to me last week. And he said, this is a stupid way to choose who's going to be up on that debate stage. It's not about money. It's about who can cram the most money in the last 40 seconds, right? By the way, good on you.
Thank you.
Who can cram... I said, well, that won't be a problem. There's nobody better than me at cramming money online into the last 40 seconds. I happen to be, that's in my wheelhouse, so I don't know who that sorry son of a bitch is going to be in 6th place. But you're right. We should vote him onto the stage because he's that libertarian. And he called Lars's team, and Lars said, hell yes, we're voting whoever that sorry son of a bitch is in the 6th place onto the debate stage, because he is that libertarian. And I spoke to Michael Rechtenwald, and I pitched the same idea, Josh's idea, and Rechtenwald said, hell yes, because Michael is that libertarian. And Josh called Steve Dasbach, who was immediately on board with the idea. He calls you, you agree because you're that libertarian. And the reason I'm up here, and the reason we're going to take this campaign a lot further than 2 congressional districts or 0.5%, by the way.
All 50 states, buddy.
Is because you people are that libertarian.
Question.
Okay, Charles, quick one.
Sure. I got into this race late. A lot of people say, why the hell are you here? That's right, boo. But what you don't realize is I truly am a middle-class guy, and I've worked for every last thing in my life. My family taught me that education and hard work would actually get me to places, and I've never given up in my entire life. In my entire life, people have said you can't do it, and you can't do it, and you can't do it, and damned if I haven't proved them wrong pretty much every time, right? I like these guys on stage. You guys have a very, very difficult choice. We've grown up, across this country over the past few months. A lot of people's ideas have changed. I got into this party because I believe in it. I like Jacob. Where the hell's Art Olivier? Where the hell's Toad? The more voices you guys get to hear, the better this is. I got into this party because I wanted to make a difference in this world. And I'm tired of being thrust down of having a 2-party system. And there's just something wrong. I'd say God bless everybody running. At least listen to them. You may not agree with them, but this electoral process needs to change. Right now, if you go out to the polls, very few people show up to vote. What the hell is wrong with this country? We promote liberty across the whole world. Hey, everybody needs to be like us. Our people don't even show up at the polls to vote for who it is that they get the opportunity to do so. So I got into this race for the right reasons, and I'll stand by that. I want to change this world. I want to change this country for the better. I want the American dream to be reasonable again so that you can achieve it. Right now, the CDP, you're getting at 8% over the past 2 years. You can't afford anything right now. Where is this world going right now? Where is our country headed? In a few years, we're going to be like Venezuela. Wake up. So I would say that this Libertarian Party has a monumental opportunity this fall. The public is willing to listen, and we cannot let another third party like RFK take the wind out of our sails. So everybody needs to be challenged in this room. When you go home, call friends, call colleagues, look at the websites, look at whoever's nominated, and make that person make a difference this fall.
Mr. Belay, hopefully we're more like Argentina than Venezuela. Let's go.
Josh, you're up.
Look, the one question I've got to ask. Oh, shoot. Look at that. There we go. Stop it. The one question I've got to ask the most on this campaign is why? Why are you doing that? You're a father of 7 children. You're a blue-collar, working-class, middle-class guy who gets up every morning and puts on work boots like everybody else in America. Why would you do that? And I always come back to the same thing. It's because I have a dream. I dream that my children will live in a country where they're free to buy a home without paying a lifetime penance to a government who didn't help them buy or maintain it. I dream my children will live in a country where they aren't extorted for their wealth by a huge counterfeiting machine to prop up a never-ending warfare state. I too have a dream that my children will live in a country with a federal government who doesn't pay states $1 for every 88 cents they spend to separate families, forcing children into single-parent homes. I dream that my children will live in a free country, a country free of mental health care system that pushes children towards trendy anti-science medications and mutilating surgeries. I dream that my children will be free to educate my grandchildren however they see fit without a federal government forcing them to standardize education. I dream of a world where my children won't be arrested and thrown into a violent rape cage for the crime of exercising their God-given rights to self-defense by unconstitutional alphabet agencies. Listen up, this one's very important. I dream that my kids can be free to start an e-commerce website without the fear of being handed 2 life sentences in a federal prison because they weren't paying their protection fee. Free Ross! Mostly I'm just dreaming that my kids can have more freedom than we all grew up with. I don't have the luxury of the black pill because that means giving up on my children, my grandchildren, and the future existence of our nation. Libertarians are the future which helps our children thrive and prosper. We can win, we are winning, we will win. Enough already, vote for vengeance.
Good work. Good work.
I'm going to keep myself to a tight 2 minutes because I know we got a lot of business to do, but I'm I think it's ironic that we're here in Washington, D.C., the belly of the statist beast. But here's the truth. My political journey really got started in Washington, D.C. because that was the first place that I got tear gassed by my own government for opposing the war machine way back in the 2000s. And ever since then, I have been fighting against the war machine both at home and abroad. And years later, I got wandered into a tent at a festival and waved into the tent by a libertarian by the name of John Mons, who was running for governor in the state of Georgia. And he told me that this is the party for you, that a party that supports your right to live as you see fit without violence, so long as you're not committing violence against other people. And that sounded very attractive to me, and it wandered me in the tent, and it made me find my political home. Ladies and gentlemen, there are millions of American voters right now who are dissatisfied with the broken two-party system, who see the Trumps, the Bidens, and yes, even the warmed-over Democrat RFKs of the world, and see failure. They see continued lowering of expectations, and we need to provide them a better vision. Young people, particularly in this country, Gen Zers, need to know that they can be snapped out of the statist indoctrination with a real hardcore liberty message. And that's what I've done as I've traveled across all 50 states as the first libertarian candidate for president to ever campaign in all 50 states, because we're a 50-state party. And every single state deserves to have libertarian messaging and a powerful libertarian campaign in their neighborhood. We are going to wake up millions of people, bring them in the tent, and say that if you're living your life in peace without fear or without violence, force, fraud, coercion, or theft, your life is your life, your body is your body, your business is your business, and your property is your property. It's not mine, and it sure as hell is not the federal government's. I urge the libertarians in this room to join this campaign, to join the hundreds of volunteers as we travel again across all 50 states to spread a message loud and clear that statism is on the decline, freedom is on the rise, and we will wake this country up and free the world in our lifetime. Thank you very much for having us on this debate. I look forward to meeting all of you individually. And if you have questions, don't hesitate to come up. I'll be out right outside that hallway ready to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Rechtenwald will give us the final closing statement here.
I'm going to make this very brief. I'm calling on all those who demand dangerous liberty over safe tyranny to nominate and run with me. It's time to wreck the regime!
Okay, that is it. Thanks everyone for watching. We're going to move on to the procedures now. Thank you.
Don't forget the phone.
It's over now, buddy. Good job.
Roger, on the stage, Mike. Mike.
Yes. Thank you. I am proud to be with you. Are we walking off or jumping off?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stand at ease for at least 10 minutes so you can take a bathroom break, so we can move things around on the stage.
So there'll probably be. What's the plan now? I'm staying out, and then you're gonna.
Check 1, 2, check, check.
Check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, someone has been gracious enough to pass out this LNC POTUS nomination straw poll. It's very beautiful, and it is not an official document. Do not mark this up and think that you have voted for your candidate.
Microphone two. Microphone two, Madam Chair.
We didn't call to order yet. Did you even gavel in yet?
What are you all lining up to do right now? What are you doing?
We got a
I've been
resolution we're trying to
so
push.
long.
Got a resolution we're trying to
Been
push.
like,
You're not at a microphone. You don't get to jump the line like that. That's totally rude.
No, he's not talking to you.
Orders of the day.
All right.
Madam.
Orders of
Thank
the
you.
day. Orders of the day.
Okay, everyone, please find your seats.
Madam Chair, mic one. Mic two, Madam Chair, mic two.
Guys, we're coming back to order at 9:59 a.m. We have someone at microphone
Madam Chair.
two.
Microphone one, Madam
Microphone
Chair.
one, I'm so
Microphone
sorry.
two.
Microphone one.
Orders of the day! Orders of the day!
We're at orders of the day.
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the rules and adopt the following resolution. Whereas libertarians seek a world of liberty, a world in which all individuals are sovereign over their own lives and are not forced to sacrifice their values for the benefits of others, whereas electoral races are one critical method by which the Libertarian Party spreads to the masses, whereas only through united action can the Libertarian Party maximize its success in spreading the influence of liberty. Therefore, the Libertarian Party calls upon our members nationally and in all states, including Michigan, to stand in support of our party and the candidates in their bid to move us forward to set the world free in our lifetimes.
Okay, so I think I heard you say you're moving to suspend the rules.
That is correct, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
because right now we're at LNC officer elections and chair
I'm sorry.
nominations have been
Yeah,
closed.
suspend and adopt, I
So
apologize.
it would take 2/3 and it's not debatable. I'm sorry, who was that and what state are you from?
My name is Jacob Luria, delegate from Colorado.
Thank you. Okay, everyone's finding their seats, right? Because we're back in business. And a lot of people wanted to call for orders of the day, so we need to move forward. We're going to go to a vote. All in favor of suspending the rules for this resolution, which is on the screen? Yes. Please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? I do not think that has 2/3. Stand if you're in favor. We should be able to do this. We should be able to do this. Okay, please sit. Those opposed? Okay, we do not have 2/3. The motion fails. Thank you.
Microphone three.
Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, this is Nathan Madden, delegate from Arizona.
Can you speak up, please?
Delegate from Arizona.
Thank you.
I move to suspend the rules to allow for a chair's debate lasting 45 minutes with the nominated candidates for chair.
Okay, there's an objection.
And this is to put it to the immediate business.
Okay, can you please restate your motion, and then we're going to need to hear if it has a second. There is an objection. Just want to make sure the secretary gets it up.
I move to suspend the rules to allow for a 45-minute chair's debate with the nominated chair candidates to be the immediate business.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to include a chair debate. It's non-debatable, and it's gonna take 2/3 to pass it. So we're gonna vote right now on whether or not we're suspending the rules. The regular order of business is that we're going straight to nomination speeches and a vote on chair. If you vote yes, you are moving to suspend the rules to change that. And the first thing we would do before having nominations, nomination speeches and a vote, we would be having a 45-minute debate. Jim Lark has graciously agreed to moderate it.
Madam Chair, point of order. In order for us to do all of these votes, we do need to have an updated credentials report so we even know what 2/3 is, Madam Chair.
That's correct. Mr. Hlavka, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as of the gavel in, we had 931 delegates checked in. That would make quorum 373, a majority, or 50% plus one, 467, 2/3, 621, and 7/8, 815 if we need to go that route, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Without further ado, I believe we're going to proceed to a vote. So if you want a 45-minute chairs debate, I want you to stand up. And if you do not want it, you need to sit down. I see a lot of people standing. Some gaps, though. Thank you. Please be seated. Those of you who are opposed, please stand. Did I have that right, that 2/3 was 467? Okay, thank you. All right, the ayes have it. So here's how we're going to handle this. I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair. We're going to stand at ease for like 2 minutes or so that we can let the candidates get up here and we can confer with the moderator and get situated and move things around. Our vice chair is going to gavel us in, and then he's going to hang tight over on the side of the stage while this is happening, and then he's going to call us back to order, and then we're going to proceed with business. So stand at ease, but not too easy.
Like it's. Oh, no, we're still in business. We haven't like. We're going to debate, which is not part of your business, really, and then we're going to come back and go to the chair now. Or did doing that make it part of business? I don't know. I mean, let's just go to the. That's all we wanted to do. I just want, yeah. I think that you do.
Okay.
Including myself. I would actually want to.
Like me in any given race, I'm number 2.
I want to see it.
But I got 5 shots at it. I want to find out who's prepared. Indeed. Barbara would be number 1. And any libertarians who get in. Yeah.
Excuse me, delegates. We have an opportunity for this debate for delegates to hand in written questions up to me and to Michael Heiss at the stage. We will review the questions for appropriateness and turn them over to the moderator. So, Mr. Heiss, if you want to come up to the stage if you're in the room, and then people can write down legible questions, please hand them to me, and we'll review them before passing them on to the moderator. Thank you.
Check, check.
Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Middle podium, check, check. 1, 2. Hey. Check, 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check.
1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, microphone 1. Okay, I'm going to. One, two, one. One, two, one, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's like microphone 3. I mean, like, if you go from, it's on. It's on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. Microphone check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Microphone. 1, 1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. Microphone. Another 2. 1, 2. Microphone check. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Hello, everyone. Even though we're not back in session yet, just a point of personal privilege. Jerry and Svetlana Hofner, their AV team, just reset up this entire stage in 10 minutes, and I would love it if we gave them a round of applause for that. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
There we go.
Hello.
Oh.
Just have Jim do this. But
Hello.
yeah.
Now I understand. Yes. Yeah. Are these things hot? I think they're hot.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everybody, to our LNC chair debate. Our moderator will be Jim Lark, and here he is.
Good morning. My name is Jim Lark. I'm a delegate from the state of Virginia. I'm sorry, is that better? Thank you. Again, my name is Jim Lark. I'm a delegate from Virginia, and I have the honor of moderating this debate among candidates for the position of chair of the LNC. The manner in which we will proceed is each of our candidates will have 2-minute opening speeches. Then there are questions that have been prepared by members of the audience. The questions will be handed to me. Each candidate will have a minute to respond. There will not be any rebuttals. At the end of the questions, we will have closing speeches from each of the candidates. And I believe we are to operate within 45 minutes. So I guess we'll just start in order. Mr. Jose Besada will begin.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge Besada. I was born in Cuba, deep into communist ideology. I got 3 uncles named after Lenin, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. I left Cuba when I was 7 years old. After some time in France and Spain, I came to the US. I got a degree in computer science from Florida International University. And in one of my first jobs, I got very lucky. My great friend Ted Chiang introduced me to Friedrich Hayek and the Austrian School of Economics. After digging around some more, I stumbled upon the great website by Lou Rockwell, Mises.org. And once you stumble upon the Austrians, I realized that these are the men that explain how the world works. Just like Galileo and Copernicus and Bruno, they showed us that the Earth is not the center of the universe. These men are the men that showed us how the world works and how it evolved, and they are the key to all of the intellectual revolutions that we're seeing. While I was learning about the Austrian school, I stumbled upon George Riesman, who is one of Ludwig von Mises' greatest students, and he wrote the following. As should be increasingly clear, economics is a science which can make possible the construction of a social and political system in which human success is a feature of normal, everyday life everywhere. It is truly the humanitarian science, and only those who have studied it well and who are prepared to implement its teachings deserve to be called friends of mankind. The most important charity which true friends of mankind pursue is to disseminate knowledge of this vital subject as widely and as deeply as they know how, the great George Reisman. So I got involved with the Libertarian Party. I ran for Congress in 2004. I have written various books. I also write for the Louisville Mises Institute. Some of my articles have been published in LouRockwell.com and Zero Hedge. I definitely suggest people read my article, Carl Menger's Overlooked Vital Evolutionary Insights. I write various books. You can get some of them for free at lessmarksmoremises.com. And one final quote, what I want to do with the party, this is what Mises told us to do. If we want to avoid the destruction of Western civilization and the relapse into primitive wretchedness, we must change the mentality of our fellow citizens. We must make them realize what they owe to the much vilified economic freedom, the system of free enterprise and capitalism. The intellectuals and those who call themselves educated must use their superior cognitive faculties and power of reasoning for the refutation of erroneous ideas about social, political, and economic problems, and for dissemination of the correct grasp of the operation of the market economy. They must start by familiarizing themselves with all the issues involved in order to teach those who are blinded by ignorance and emotions. They must learn in order so that they can acquire the ability to enlighten the many. The issues of society's economic organization are every citizen's business. To master them to the best of their ability is a duty of everyone. Thank you.
Our next candidate, Ms. McCardle.
Thank you. I am your chair, and I work hard for you. The chair has got to be willing to lead by shouldering the most difficult burdens, to practice radical accountability, to be accountable for the shortcomings of myself, the entire board, and to always be available to make difficult decisions and to live with successes or the consequences. You cannot do this job without the heart of a servant. This is not a job for someone who wants to bark at orders and collect titles. This is not a job for someone without any technical skills. This is not a job for someone without any media savvy. You will be under a tremendous amount of pressure, and you will never be able to please everyone, and people will be frequently angry with you, and you must proceed forward and lead the entire party. That's the job. Be aware of it. My job as chair is to eat shit and move things forward. And that may be crass, but it's not wrong, and I accept it. And in spite of how hard it is, I do a damn good job, and I love it. David Nolan, the founder of this party, said the only reason to have a separate Libertarian Party is to be radical and to strike at the root. That is a direct quote. We do not exist to cloister ourselves away from other political candidates or ideas. We're supposed to strike at the root and to challenge the cult of the omnipotent state. And that's what we're doing at this convention. We did it last night, and we're going to do it again tonight. And in spite of all of the drama and the controversies, everything that's been thrown at me, we are stacking wins. Don't let that fall by the wayside. We've got a new CRM. The VP poll last night was done through our new CRM. You can go donate through our new CRM at beta.lp.org. We have a new website that's about to roll out. I got you all you candidates, voter gravity. That's unprecedented. The party's never had it before. We have twice monthly candidate trainings. We have a professional political director who holds online classes. We have trainings at convention. We have a data append of 800,000 plus registered new libertarians that is ready to go into our new CRM. Vote for me.
The next candidate, Mr. Rutherford.
Hello, I'm Mark Rutherford from the great state of Indiana. I had served as the chairman of the State of Indiana Libertarian Party for 7 years. I have been appointed to be the chair and chairman of the Indiana Public Defender Commission as a non-Republican by the governors of Indiana. This is an appointed position, an important one. It's one where you meet and you make decisions. And you make decisions on what you're going to do, and then you hire great staffs and have them implement it. And I am proud to say that the Indiana Public Defender Commission is doing its job to get people, good attorneys who are public defenders who can't afford one, and to keep them out of jails when they shouldn't be in jails. That is libertarianism. I'm an attorney in Indianapolis. I practice business law, business litigation. I do all types of work with businesses. I have been a member of many, many different boards. I have been chairman, presidents of boards and committees. I know what it needs to be done to run an organization. I know what it needs to be to run a national organization. And a national organization has to be able to do ballot access. It has to be able to get more members, to get more supporters for it. It has to have fundraising at all times and consistently in order to fuel what we have to do. That is what the National Party has to do. But the most important thing about the National Party is how it supports the states, because the states are the most important thing about this whole organization. And those states, you have to help where they need help in making sure that they support their local organizations, make them strong so that we run candidates. That's what a political party does.
Time, Mr. Rooker.
Thank you.
The next candidate, Mr. Molman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ken Molman, and I am running for chair. I told my wife after I declared, because that's how our relationship works, that I was running, and her response was, "You have a problem." And I said yes, and I thought about it later, and I do have a problem. I have a liberty problem. Hi, my name's Ken Molman, and I have a problem. I want liberty. Now, as of 2 weeks ago, I had no titles. As many of you know, I've been trying to get rid of titles, and people are like, "What in the hell are you doing?" Well, I get frustrated sometimes, and it encourages me to do things I wouldn't normally do. And the past week or so, what's really frustrated me is what I see as a lack of understanding that it is members first in this organization. Your voice deserves to be heard. This is your party. We need to empower our members. We need to engage our members, get them more involved, not have committees full of just the same 8 or 10 people, but actually have engagement by all of our members. We are volunteers. There are people that would like to pay everyone to do all the work. I would love that if we had the money. And that, hey, if you want to donate to that, that would be great. By the way, lp.org, you can donate. But party success is tied, given where we are right now, to member success. You are our best salespersons for this organization, and anything we can do to empower you to go out and get more of us is good for all of us. And that's what I want. I want to see...
Mr. Molman, time.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that was fast. We'll get to the other stuff later.
The next candidate, Mr. Nikela.
Hello, Libertarians! Welcome to the belly of the beast. It's an honor to join you here today. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Stephen Nikela, and I'm the one who runs to run the LNC like a Wendy's. A little bit about my background. I'm a businessman, entrepreneur. I oversee 10 Wendy's locations in the Florida Keys, North Carolina, South Virginia. I also brought back my hometown Dairy Queen after Hurricane Irma, as well as the Island Grill in Isla Mirada. I oversee over 250 employees, and I believe that if we're going to do something, we'll be the very best at what we do. In my entrepreneurial career, I've taken the expertise that I've learned from business, and I've moved that into politics. A little bit about my background in libertarianism. I read a book back when I was about 14, 15 years old, you might have heard of it, by G. Edward Griffin, called The Creature from Jekyll Island. That book inspired me to become a libertarian. When I was in high school, I was writing about the Federal Reserve System, I was writing about freedom, I was writing about geopolitics. When I got into FIU, I became a member of Young Americans for Liberty, led my chapter there. Went to Paul Fest in Tampa, discovered Gary Johnson, and said, yes, this is the party for me. Became a registered libertarian. Got involved with the Libertarian Party of the Florida Keys, became a founding member of that affiliate. Went on the board of the Libertarian Party of Florida as Region 14 rep. Went on to become treasurer and eventually chair of the party, where we've met record fundraising goals and also got the most elected libertarians in Florida in 2019 and 2020 through Operation First Step to get our local candidates elected. And I've also been on the board of the Libertarian National Committee for the past 8 years. I've seen what works, I've seen what doesn't work. And I'm here to bring the party back to our basics. I want us to focus on
Mr.
fundraising.
No, time.
Yeah, those are my quick.
We'll now proceed to questions, and we'll just go in reverse order. Mr. Nikela, you will take this first, and then we'll come down the line. The question is, what do you think is the most important job for the chair, and what do they need to focus on?
I think the chair is in a leadership position, and if you ask me, the problem with the last 2 years, and even endemic beyond that, is that the Libertarian National Committee has been playing tactics, whereas the staff has been playing strategy. It needs to be the opposite. The board needs to run the strategy. We need to be goal-oriented, and we need to go right down to the metrics of what it takes to run the organization. I want us to take us back to fundraising. What are our fundraising goals? What are our key metrics? What are things that we need to work on to boost our membership to bring the party forward? Because right now, in those areas, we're back down. And as chair, I would take the board and get everybody on the same page when it comes to our actual goals, so where we're all aligned and working in the same direction towards the same things and become very results-oriented. Just like in my business, I'm responsible for my employees, their families, my customers, the brand, and my business. As far as the organization goes, we need to go back to the basics, and the chair's role is to lead the board to be on the same page and also work with staff. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Molman.
All right. Well, first of all, lead by example. The members, again, are our organization, and so one of my favorite things to do is county fairs. I've actually talked to some folks that nominated me that if I end up as chair, I come to their state. I would love to come work at your state fair. That would be great. If we can make that work, awesome. But more importantly, it's actually the boring stuff, right? It's the back end stuff, managing employees, managing the infrastructure. I know it's not sexy. I know it's not glamorous. It's not going to get applause lines. Woo! I'm a manager. Woo! But that's important stuff because that's the work that has to be done in the background to empower you to be successful. And so everything that I would do in managing the party's resources and affairs would be geared towards the success of you as the members to achieve liberty in your neighborhoods, which then translates to your states, which then translates to this nation, which is why we are all here. Thank you.
Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you. The chairman of the Libertarian, or the chair of the Libertarian Party is the leader and leads the Libertarian National Committee to make decisions, to set goals, to help them raise money, to help them do and build resources to make the party successful. And what's success? Getting more and more people elected in the nation. And the way you do that is by working to help them support the states, support the counties, the parishes, the townships. It's not a showman's job. I'm not a showman, but I am somebody who has shown through all these years that I can work and get aboard, to get together, and to move forward, and to do things. The important thing is having the board comfortable to talk to each other politely, respectfully, and make decisions. The job is also, thank you.
Ms. McCardle.
The chair is the leader. You are the lead fundraiser. You are the intercessor. You have to navigate conflict. You are the media face of the party until we have a presidential candidate. You are the face and you will interact with media, and you are the top strategist. You decide political strategy. You set the course for the board. And with all due respect, I am the only board member who has consistently made fundraising calls for the last year and a half or so. It is a tough job. If you're gonna do this job, you have to pick up the phone and talk to donors day in, day out. If they're happy with you, if they're mad at you, you take the call. Just like everybody else on staff fundraises, so do you. And you know, what is the most important part of your job? Eat shit and move things forward.
Mr. Bassar.
Yeah. So the chair should provide leadership, intellectual leadership. We have problems. We have to identify the root cause of the problems. And the root cause of the problems is not necessarily the government. It is the economic ignorance of the masses that then leads to all of this government tyranny. And the great Lou Rockwell referred to all these Austrian economists as far better men. So I will just once again quote Mises, because these men already solved all our problems. Mises tells us, if public opinion is ultimately responsible for the structure of government, it is also the agency that determines whether there is freedom or bondage. There is virtually only one factor that has the power to make people unfree: tyrannical public opinion. The struggle for freedom is ultimately not resistance to autocrats or oligarchs, but resistance to the despotism of public opinion. It is not the struggle of the many against the few, but of minorities, sometimes a minority of but one man against the majority. The worst and most dangerous form of absolutist rule is that of an intolerant majority. So we have to identify the problem: economic ignorance. Why people are so ignorant? Because just like language is the result of human action, but not, okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next question, we're going to jump around a little bit in terms of the order in which the answers come. Question is the Libertarian Party better off than it was 2 years ago? If yes, how so? If not, how can it be improved? We'll start with Mr. Molman.
Oh, okay. I think it depends on which metric you use. I think there's no doubt that the data shows that membership is down, donations are down. There are problems in those regards. I have ideas of why that is. I have also ideas on how, again, to empower the members to become our best outreach and to boost our membership and our fundraising. I do think there are some positives that have occurred, just like everything. There's good and there's bad. But again, I think a lot of the bad can be resolved by empowering you to succeed. I have an idea to make a plan that for every 5 new members, and any of you bring in, right, you get a year membership. Now, it costs the party nothing, absolutely nothing. We make $100 every time you do it, right? But it brings 5 more people in who we can then teach or learn what they care about and focus our messaging directly to them, to their dreams and their hopes, to hook them in, and then a year later, boost them up from $25 a year to $5 a month. It's the easiest upsell in the party.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McCardle.
We are now a principled party that stands for anti-war, peaceful foreign policy. I think that is an incredible achievement. What did we raise in the last 3 days? $159,923 in the last 3 days. About 6 weeks ago, people freaked out over our finances because our finances were looking kind of rough. They have completely turned around, as I told everyone that they should, and they would. When Razor's Edge was removed, the number of monthly membership expirations skyrocketed. I argued against it. I have to own that the board voted to do this anyway. We have turned things around. We have a new CRM. When I stepped in as a volunteer executive director, I stopped the bleeding of monthly expirations. You can see a chart explaining it and showing exactly what happened. Blue line is expirations. Orange line is new memberships on AngelaMcArdle.com. You can go there right now and look at it. The CRM stuff is confusing.
Thank you. Mr. Bisada.
Yeah. I think the Libertarian Party is doing way better than it has in the past, and that really, a lot of credit goes to Angela and the guys at the Mises Caucus. I mean, just yesterday, we saw Vivek Ramaswamy trying to show his great creds by talking about Hayek and the Austrians. So I think that comes a lot thanks to what the Mises Caucus has done. They have put Austrian economics, and the guys at Scott Horton and the anti-war and antiwar.com. Everybody knows what a calamity, American intervention, all of these Zionist wars. We really have to understand the history of that so that we can come to a solution, hopefully without blaming anyone. We have to understand history. Mises also told us that, history only speaks to those who can look at it based on the correct theories, and we have to understand how the market evolved so we can make sense out of the conflicts. And so I think the party is doing way, way better. Thanks.
Mr. Rutherford.
The Libertarian Party has always been anti-war, anti-interventionist. It always has. But the National Party is not as good as it was 2 years ago. The National Party has lost in fundraising and membership. It's got to improve those. It has to improve in the communication. With members, members are very important. They're the ones who help feed the National Party with fuel. They're the ones who become donors. Those are the ones that matter. We have state parties that are doing well. Some are improving, some aren't. We've always had that. But the national party needs to be there to support the states so the states can do what they need to do to get candidates elected. And we're getting candidates elected. We're not running as many. We need to run more. Thank you.
Mr. Nicola.
To gauge the success of the party, we have to ask ourselves, what is the party for? And in my opinion, the party is for three things. Number one is getting candidates elected. That's hard power. Number two is getting our policies put forward. That's soft power. And number three is spreading this beautiful philosophy called libertarianism, and that's social power. So in that regard, I think socially we're doing a good job culturally as a party and as a movement, as a philosophical ism. As far as the LNC goes, one of the first things I'd like to do is Operation Tourniquet, because we need to throw a tourniquet on the limb or the limbs and stop the bleed. Our numbers are down. Right now we have no fundraisers in this party, in the LNC. We need an aggressive fundraising strategy. We need an aggressive membership funnel. There's ways we can do that. We need to hire 3 or 4 solid fundraisers on a commission basis, hire a fundraising director. I spoke to a company recently about data, about getting more our membership fundraising funnel going to affect that end. Thank you.
The next question, what do you think is the primary job of a political party? We'll start with Mr. Rutherford.
Very easy one. It's to elect candidates, get the candidates who are libertarian appointed. And my goodness, when you get candidates elected, candidates appointed, or they do a good job and get respect in their campaigns, people are educated too. We can do it all, but you do it through the candidates, and that's how you do it. That's what you do, and that's the most important thing a political party can do. Otherwise, you need to be a different organization.
Mr. Nicola.
The purpose of a political party is to gain power. And anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. The reason libertarians want to gain power is to defend freedom. We don't want to climb the ladder and kick it off like the duopoly. We want to gain power to defend freedom, to defend liberty, and that's the goal of a political party. I don't think power should ever be a dirty word. Dave Thomas said profit's not a dirty word. I'm here saying power's not a dirty word. And quite frankly, I want the party to be respected, I want the party to be loved, and I want the party to be feared. And there's some people that are speaking this weekend who are here because they fear us. They want your support. We can make a difference. That's why ballot access is so damn important, is because it puts us in a position where we have leverage. We can actually scare the other two parties, and we can continue to grow our brand, grow our party, grow our membership, become a stronger, better organization. Thank you.
Mr. Molman.
The primary reason for the party is to run in elections. A political party is a legal construct that is built to run candidates for office. It is also we have a platform that those candidates follow. We have a nomination process that our members make sure that the candidates adhere to that so that we achieve our goals, our political goals. That is the point. One more quick thing on from the previous question. Angela McArdle's never logged in to Civi CRM.
Ms. McArdle.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. The primary purpose of our party is to spread the message of liberty and wake up the remnant. I want to be really clear. David Nolan did not create the Libertarian Party to be just like the other two political parties. That is not the purpose. Now, we have grown over the last 50 years to care about elections and getting candidates elected, especially at the local level. And I have provided more support for that purpose than our candidates have received in the last 2 decades. I absolutely have. You can do both, and I have worked my tail off to support both. But don't get it twisted. We're not a centrist organization. We're a radical libertarian party, and we're here to be libertarian.
Mr. Basada.
Yeah. So the purpose of the LP should be to fix the world, and we identify the root cause of the problems. Once again, economic ignorance. So we should become more like FEE or the Mises Institute and make sure that people overcome the economic ignorance that then leads to all the statism. And also, we want to do a good job of spreading the right morality. People should only be criminals if they actually harm someone else or their property, and not if they don't give their money to some massive bureaucracy. Just like in 2008, we had the Ron Paul blimp. If you elect me, we'll have the Mises blimp. And I think that we should also, we call ourselves the party of principle. But for some people, principle might be equality. For me, the principle should be private property. We got some environmentalists who feel like maybe cows should have the same rights as people. So just running around talking about principle and taxation is theft, that is not what educates the masses to overcome the economic ignorance that then leads to all the statism. So I would like to move our character to be more about also overcoming economic ignorance. Just like we're the party of principle, maybe we can become the party of principle and economic education. So that's what the party should be.
The next question is, what is your plan to increase revenue? We'll start with Mr. Nikela.
So I played lacrosse for 5 years, and my coach would always tell me, fundamentals, fundamentals, fundamentals. And we hated it, because we want to do the fancy shit. But instead, we ran more than the sprinters, but less than the cross-country team. We focused on ground balls, throws, running lots and lots of sprints. And we were one of the best public school teams. We beat all the private schools. We went to county, we went to state. It was awesome because we focused on the fundamentals. Likewise, in the Libertarian National Committee, we got to go back to the basics. We go back to the fundamentals that are really key to the organization and in existing. Fundraising, membership, ballot access, affiliate support, and candidate support. Those should be our single-minded goals. And what I want to do is come in on the first LNC meeting, get our team together and really drill into what are we going to do? Okay, we all agree fundraising is important, but what does that look like? What are our fundraising metrics? What's our retention rate? What are we doing to advance fundraising and membership so we can get the money to expand the party?
Mr. Nikela, time. Mr. Basada.
If you run around just telling people taxation is theft with a boot on your head, saying how we're much better than the Republicans and the Democrats, you're going to get, your 1 or 2%. But if you're running around like the great Renato Moicano, telling people if you care about your fucking country, read Ludwig von Mises and the 6 lessons of the Austrian economic school. If you're tweeting memes of Elon Musk, sharing Hayek memes, and you're going to raise money so you can put a Mises blimp all over New York City, I think we'll get a lot of money. We already have the momentum, and I think the money will be there if we have a revolution that people believe in that can transform the world, not in our lifetime, but within one election cycle. And if you really believe that, and I believe that, we can create that beacon that will bring that money and that revolution. Yeah.
Ms. McCardle.
Our membership retention numbers have been poor for a long time. We actually have a very high rate of churn and burn. I have already started to correct that by putting in a new CRM, which you can donate at right now, beta.lp.org. We have staff operations and all kinds of many better things in place now than we had 2 years ago. Civi CRM, although everyone thinks I've killed it, the IS committee has to create a development process improvement and a staging environment for Civi. A lot of that was led by Sam Bowler from Alabama. We didn't have that before. There have been huge improvements to all of the things that the people who hate me think I killed. What I've done is I've built it all up and laid a proper foundation in spite of all of the criticism. We've already made $159,000 plus in the last 3 days. We are on our way to success. And our presidential candidate, whoever it is going to be a huge part of having an upward swing for us. I am super excited about 2024.
Mr. Rutherford.
I have led capital campaigns. I led one of the most successful capital campaign for a student organization at my college, and it wasn't for low dollars. I know that what it takes is talking to people. It's personal touch. It's great communication. It's telling you what we're going to use it for and then honoring that. It's what you do. It's what needs to be done. The first thing when I'm elected chair is I'm going to be starting to call people who aren't giving, who are my friends, and get them to start giving again in great amounts. That is what you do. And that is a very important job. And I have people who already are going to be helping me make those phone calls because they're good fundraisers as well. That is what you do. It's personal touch, good communication, and honoring your commitments.
Mr. Molman.
All right. As I mentioned, the 5 new members idea, I really believe it's something we should try. It's something I tried to get the previous LNC to do. They didn't believe in the membership model, which was my frustration, and I would love to see that happen. I agree, we need commission-based fundraisers. If we can pay a high commission for results, because those are dollars we would not have otherwise had with no money out of pocket, which is the key. We need to celebrate and advertise our wins, specifically talking to the people about issues that they care about. My God, if I get another email blast from National that I couldn't give a damn about, I'm going to unsubscribe. Please stop sending me crap. And Civi had a staging environment. It was built from the very damn beginning. I can give you the internal IP address behind the VPN if you'd like. It's been there all along. I built it. You can think it sucks, but it works and it's cheap and it's what we can afford.
In order to stay within our 45-minute period, we'll now go to 2-minute closing statements from each of the candidates. We'll begin, Mr. Pizzotto.
Mr. Bisa, oh, sorry. So, again, it's pretty easy. As Lou Rockwell said, far greater men have already solved all of our problems. And I think if we unite behind someone like Mises, I was very involved in the Ron Paul Revolution. And I was happy to go out there painting the U.S. with Ron Paul posters. But if we go down a levels to Mises, then we catch everyone. We catch the Rothbardians, the Hayekians, the Hoppians. We get everyone. Mises is really an incredible beacon. He lived an incredible life. He fought in the First World War. He single-handedly stopped the Soviets from expanding into Austria. We have an incredible beacon that we can unite. We need to get in touch with the guys in Argentina. We need to learn from them. I mean, how did Ron Paul change all of us? By teaching us economics. Millet was just with Ben Shapiro, and he explained how he turned that country around. He said, this time we educated the youth. We created rock concerts where we were giving out books and saying, oh, you know, it's amazing. Somebody has to look at this man. He's talking to 20,000 kids about Hayek. So that's all we have to do. Just create a beacon where we believe we can do that, and then we just bring everyone else. And so vote for me, and I'll bring that enthusiasm and get more people, like-minded people, to create that beacon that they can read the rest of us. Thank you.
Mr. Molman.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Ken. Most of you know me. I am running for chair because I believe I can do the job well. The CRM obviously became an issue here, and it always has been. But, you know, the CRM was not the best system. It was the best system we could afford. And if you look at the cost for state parties, it will be that way. It's just what it is. You can disagree. I don't care. One of the things you could do to help the CRM be better is not run off the staff, including the CRM administrator, with false allegations. You respect your staff because they're employees, and you treat them with respect because we're all adults. You respect the members, always respect the members. And if you want people to stay, then feed them the information they want to hear. Stop funneling crap into my email. Those are simple changes, but I think it'll make everybody happier, retain better members, and if you guys go out and do the work, 5 new people, 1 year membership in exchange, we can grow infinitely and actually do a better job of growing the party, and it's no expense to the party at all. Commission fundraisers mentioned all that stuff. Anyway, I hope this debate's been enlightening for all of you, and vote for whoever's best, whoever you think is going to do the best job. Thanks.
Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. It's very important that you all serve as delegates in other positions. I like all of you, whether we have differences of opinion or not. We all have to work together. We all have to do things. But what we need to do is we all need to be more involved in our communities. Get the community to know what we are, and that we can be trusted and we're credible. We all are. That we run for office. that we get elected to office when we can. And when we don't, we give a good campaign where people go, that person's good, and then you get asked to be in an appointed position to show what you can do. This is what we all need to do. It will make the world a better place. It's what the goal should be of all of us, is to do that in some way. I'm very, very happy to be up here. I'm glad to run for national chair. When elected national chair, I'll take all my experience that I have running organizations, being involved, being a leader. I have been I'm a former Libertarian Party national vice chair. I've been on the Libertarian National Committee for several years, off and on. I have the experience to do what needs to be done so that all of you can be effective in getting elected, getting appointed, and getting the job done, and educating people because of your great work on the campaign trail. The showmen of this party should be our candidates, and we need to work hard to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Mr. Nicola.
Who here has heard of the Libertarian Party of Jose Marti Cuba? Well, there's a Libertarian Party in Cuba, and there's Libertarian parties in Mexico and Russia, all around the world. Well, there's a Libertarian Party in Cuba. I live in Key West. I'm closer to Havana than I am to Walmart, to Miami. And oftentimes, I wake up and I think about the Libertarian Party of Cuba, and what would it be like, what their world would be like if I lived there as a Libertarian. If you don't know anything about the LP Cuba, they're regularly harassed because only the Communist Party can be in Cuba. They're arrested. They're dragged out to other cities by secret police, and they take their shoes and make them walk home. And I watched an interview with the Libertarian Party of Jose Marti Cuba, and he said, even if they arrest me, I'm not scared because I'll be free in my mind. And I want to ask you all, how many of you are willing to put it all on the line for liberty? Those are the people I want on my team. It's the fire inside us that unites us as libertarians. And I want to see us come together, destroy the state, put our mission forward, be successful, and take power for freedom. Thank you.
Ms. McCardle.
We are back to our radical roots. We were outstanding on opposing the war in Ukraine and the Israeli war in Gaza. No U.S. support for it, no tax dollars, peaceful foreign policy, front and center in national media. And for the first time in a long time, we did something that I think would make our radical founders proud. Thank you for everyone who has helped me get the party there. It's all of your hard work that has made this possible. And thank you for electing me in a first term. We are recognizing our potential and coming into our power right now. We are the most powerful voting bloc in the country. I can't stress how incredible that is. We are the most powerful voting bloc in the country. Go out and use the tools I've given you. Use the WordPress template website at shop.lp.org. And why try to wield influence? Politicians can't be trusted. They just go back on their word. Well, then why try to run for office at all if you can only win 3%? Because you have influence, and that's why we do it. We move the needle. We move the Overton window in the direction of liberty. We force the enemy to adopt our ideas, and you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. If you had an opportunity to use influence to persuade someone to divert just one series of drone strikes overseas and save 100 innocent people, you should do it. That's why we exist. And I'm going to continue to lead you in that direction, and we're going to push that Overton window harder than we have in a long time. And I will give you my blood, sweat, and tears, just like I have the first term. I'll take all your shit. It's fine. You can throw it at me. I don't care. We're living in unprecedented times. Wars and rumors of wars. Political end times are upon us, and there's a power struggle between the DNC and the GOP. It's reached a crescendo, and we're going to come out on top. They're rejecting members of the Kennedy dynasty. They're actively seeking out our endorsement and collaboration. We're at the top. Their end is near, and our future is now. Please re-elect me for chair. Thank you.
Fellow libertarians, I had the honor many years ago of serving as the national chair. I have some idea of how much time and effort, how much blood, sweat, and tears goes into that position. Please join me in thanking these people for standing up, for being willing to do the work of the party. Thank you.
Pull the Joe Biden.
Hello, friends. We're all friends. We will recess for lunch and come back at 12 or 1:30? 1:30. Thanks. Okay. Excuse me. If anybody has lost a phone, please go over to credentials. If anybody has lost a phone, please go to credentials. All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll give it a couple more minutes as people start rolling in.
Everyone, please begin to find your seats. We're going to come to order very soon. presidential candidates, are any of you using videos in your nomination speeches? If so, please get those videos to AV. TJ Ferreira will assist you. And let's get ready to come to order, please. Let's get ready to come to order. Hello, everyone. Guys, we're gaveling in. It's 1:36 p.m. Now I'm going to pass the gavel over to our Vice Chair, Andrew Watkins. Please behave for him.
Do not get out of hand, please. All right. Alrighty, so we will move to presidential nomination speeches. If the candidates could please come to the front of the room. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Chair. Nominations were closed. Yes. You can. Can we please turn the floor mics on, please? Still nothing.
Microphone
Check,
3.
Check, check.
Microphone 3.
3.
Yeah.
Hello?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Hold on. Let's check and make sure all the mics are working.
I got it.
So mic 1 is working. Is mic 2 working?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Testing 2.
2? Okay. Is microphone 3 working?
Mr. Vice Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3. Is microphone 4 working?
Check, check.
Sweet.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion to suspend the rules.
Orders of the day.
All right.
Mr. Vice
Microphone 1, we need your
Mike
name.
2. Mike 2, I have a motion to suspend
This is
the rules.
Paul Bracco. I'm a delegate from Virginia.
Okay.
I move to amend the agenda and insert the presidential nomination immediately following the election of LNC chair.
Orders
All
of
right.
the day.
Did everybody hear the motion? The motion is to suspend the rules.
No, I did not say suspend the rules.
Could you please repeat your motion?
I move to amend the agenda and insert the presidential nomination immediately following the election of LNC chair.
All right.
That's a suspension of the rules.
It's been moved and seconded.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
This is in order,
Point of
but it
order.
takes a 2/3 vote, and I believe that it is not debatable.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
This is not debatable.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
State the mic, please.
Mike 1.
Okay, this is debatable. Apologies.
This is Paul Bracco again. Is this something that would pass with a majority of the entire delegation?
This is a 2/3.
We can come back and get it again. Let's keep it simple. Okay. Limited scope. We can do the exact same thing for vice president. We can do, if we want to, we can. Limited scope. Limited scope.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
It would have to be a 2/3 vote or 467 votes.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Point of order at microphone 2.
Point of order?
Mr. Chairman, if the current item of business, which is the election of LNC, can we have order, Mr. Chairman?
All right, well, there is a motion on the floor right now.
Can we have order, please, so I can make this point of order?
After
Mr. Chairman, if the current item of business is the election of LNC chair, if that is postponed, we will proceed to the election of LNC secretary.
It's difficult to hear you.
I'll try again. My point of order is that the current item of business is LNC chair election. And if that item is postponed, the next item of business will be LNC secretary election.
It would be vice chair. Whatever is next on the agenda, if this motion were to pass, and this is not a point of order, but if the motion, just so everybody understands, the motion was to move up the presidential election. Is that correct, Mr. Bracco?
Yes.
Okay.
That is
and
correct.
that would take place, if this were to pass, that would take place after the election for chair.
Microphone 3, point of personal privilege.
Microphone 3.
Peter Everett, Massachusetts delegate. We have a lot to do today and not much time to do it. A lot of people will be making well-intentioned motions to change our agenda with a 2/3 vote that will waste time. They will claim it saves time. We've all done this before. They are wrong. I call the orders of the day.
This is not a point of personal privilege. This is a debate.
Correct.
Do you want to proceed to a vote?
Point of order on mic 4, Mr. Chair.
Microphone 4.
John Phillips, delegate from Illinois. Just for clarification, you said this is a 2/3 vote. All 2/3 votes are 2/3 of those present and voting, not the total delegation.
Correct.
2/3 or, correct?
Let's go to a vote.
Mr. Chair.
If you are in,
Mr. Chairman, at mic 2, I would like to speak against the motion.
okay, mic 2.
Briefly.
This is debatable. I made a mistake.
Can we have order?
Mr. Vice Chair,
Hold on one second. Say again. Point of order.
I have not gotten to speak to my motion yet.
All right, well taken. Please speak to your motion.
C-SPAN is leaving after today. If we want coverage of the presidential nomination by C-SPAN, we need to do it today.
All right. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that we need a plan of agenda that gets all of our leaders elected, including LNC officers, president and vice president, and the adopted agenda will give us a path to get that done, and I move the previous question.
All right. What was your name, sir? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, microphone 3.
The question has been called. If you are in favor of amending the agenda, please stand.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order. Mic 3. We're voting.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
I will not be entertaining points of order
what
during this
is
vote.
the vote threshold? Because that was brushed past, and if this is requiring a certain number for a majority, this will need to be a counted vote.
It's either or, is my understanding.
So what was the ruling? Is it 2/3 or is it a majority
Everyone,
of all
please,
delegates? That has
one
not been
second.
answered. We can't vote until we know the threshold.
Everybody
Everybody quiet down, please.
Everybody quiet down. Quiet down.
So we can't vote until we know what the vote threshold is. That has not been answered. Is it 2/3 of those in the room, or is it a majority of all delegates? That was what
it
the
is
way
either.
that was the way the motion was made by the maker. And before we vote, we need to know what the threshold is. You can't have a vote
This is
without us
dilatory.
knowing what the threshold is.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, mic 3.
We need to.
Can everybody show each other some fucking courtesy and be quiet so we can hear people talk?
It looks like everybody's ready to go to a vote. So
What is the vote threshold? We cannot
it is
vote
two-thirds-
without.
It is
Thank you.
two-thirds or a majority of the entire body.
Then it would need to be a counted vote.
It does not have to be a counted vote. Yes.
All right.
All right. So I see the standing votes. If you are not in favor of the agenda being amended, or the amendment to the agenda, please have a seat. All the noes, please rise. Okay. Okay. All in favor, please stand.
Of the amendment. Let's get this through. Let's get it through. Let's go!
Okay, please see it. All those opposed, please rise. That looks like 2/3 to me.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Arthur DeBianca from Texas. I have a motion to suspend the rules that I believe will not be controversial. Let me read it out. I move to suspend the rules to provide, during each round of voting for LNC chair, that in addition to the last place candidate, any other candidates who get less than 5% will also be eliminated, and that candidates who withdraw or are eliminated will be permitted to address the convention for 2 minutes.
Okay.
I believe this is a standard.
Could you please submit that to the secretary?
I don't think you have to wait in line for that. I think someone's going to nominate him regardless.
And I would like.
Yes. Go get a yes sign. Get a yes sign. Hold up the yes sign.
Please give us a moment while we have it typed up. In the future, if you have a motion like this planned, please submit it to the secretary ahead of time. That way, it doesn't waste time and we can all clearly see it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What's the motion? All that I want to do right now is call orders of the day so we can move on and save more time than honestly that would even take.
Tell me, sir, what do you think of the presidential candidates?
But I have to
Actually,
wait,
most of them are pretty good.
Orders of the day till this motion is suspended.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're all on the same page. Honestly, excuse me, sir, what do you think of the convention so far?
I think
I'm legit doing it. Don't be shy, sir. You're typing up. What do you think of the convention so far?
Alrighty, can we have the screen switch back to the secretary's screen, please? All right. If we could quiet down, please, and take a look at the motion.
Sir, how's your experience with the convention been so far?
I don't mixed.
And this is a motion to suspend the rules and to also adopt.
It's been very tiring.
So this is not a debatable motion.
Correct.
And it is 2/3.
Thank you.
How's your experience with the convention been so
All right.
far?
And there was a second?
Point of personal privilege.
personal privilege.
Could the
Mike-
could the text on the screen be a little bit larger? Thank you. Very good. Very good.
It's been a shit show.
Okay.
It's fine. It's going pretty much as normal for these things.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion? Please quiet.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege. Mic 4.
Mic 4?
This side of the room on your left cannot hear out of the speakers.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
This side of the room on your left cannot hear out of the speakers.
Ah, ton of fun.
Okay.
Ton of fun. Oh yeah. It's always fun out here. You know, you're getting into it. So, you know, the arguments and the fight. That's all part of the experience. Take it in stride.
Or, I'm sorry, suspend. If we could try to fix the left side of the room. We haven't done it.
How's it going, gang? How was your convention experience?
My convention experience. Hey, wait.
I was like, maybe.
Microphone is missing? Where? Which microphone? Microphone 3? Okay. Okay. Does everybody understand the motion on the screen right now? Okay. We will go ahead and move to a vote. All those in favor, please rise. Okay, you can have a seat. All those opposed, please rise. That passes.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, Mike 4, John
Mike
Phillips
4.
from Illinois. Can you speak up? I could barely hear your call for the vote.
Absolutely.
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
I call for orders of the day.
All righty.
Timothy Perkins, Oregon.
All right. Are the candidates for LNC chair around? And if so, please come up to the front. We are currently going to roll our die to decide the order of speeches.
Dan Lewis, microphone 4. Dan Lewis of Illinois. I would like to motion to move the speeches, to lower the speeches to 5 minutes.
This is not recognized.
That's quitters talk, Ken.
Alrighty. So here's the order in which the candidate. Hello? All right. I don't like the sound of my voice over a microphone. Never fun. So here we have the order in which the candidates will speak, and each speaker, or each candidate will have 10 minutes allotted to them. And I will cut you off. So, Mr. Rutherford.
Libertations. That is how libertarians in Indiana greet each other. Just go ask a Hoosier, they'll explain it to you. My name's Evan McMahon. I'm the state chair of the Libertarian Party of Indiana, and I am proud to stand here to endorse and nominate Mr. Mark Rutherford for chair. Mark Rutherford, 15 years ago, heard me on the radio advocating for a candidate for Congress. He spent the next year stalking me everywhere I went, trying to convince me to give up a very well-paying job as a political strategist to come make absolutely zero money working for libertarians. But he said, you'll feel better in the morning if that's what you do. Now, I know that Mark Rutherford is not the most engaging, charismatic person that you've ever met. He's got about as much charisma as dry white toast and cottage cheese for breakfast. Sorry, Mark, it's true. But what Mark Rutherford is he is a builder. He is the guy who goes out and recruits the quality talent to go out and be the energetic person, to go find the thing that needs to be done for the party. He laid the infrastructure for Indiana 2 decades ago. So today, Indiana went from rank 13th in membership to 7th in membership in just 1 year. On election night in 2022, 1/3 of all partisan elected libertarians were from Indiana. As of this year, Indiana, per capita by membership, raises twice as much as the national party. Because we focus on the basics, getting our candidates out there, getting the tools, going and hitting the media, getting appointed to local boards and commissions. He's going to tell you about his time as a public defender. But this is what we need as a party. We need to be professionalized. We need to be hitting our goals. And now I'm going to hand it over to Miss Jessie Calvert from Texas.
Hi everyone, I'm Jessie Coward. I'm the vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Texas, where the stars are big and bright. And I am here to enthusiastically endorse Mr. Mark Rutherford for LNC chair. I'm going to brag on Texas a little bit, but bear with me and we're going to come back to Mark. Texas is huge. We are a well-oiled machine. We have some county affiliates that are larger than some state affiliates. And the reason that Texas works is because we do stick to the basics. We do run our state affiliate like a business. We need an LNC chair who is an administrator, not an activist. Activism is important. Activism is important, and it absolutely has a place in the party. But the purpose of this party is to elect libertarians. That is what we do. We are radical. We're not centrist. Mark's not disputing that. I don't think anybody in this room is disputing that. But we do not become pygmies for the duopoly. That is not who we are, and that is not who Mark Rutherford is. We want an LNC chair who is going to respect the members. We are the party. The LNC chair is the face of the party, sure, but we are the party. Mr. Rutherford will never unilaterally overturn the will of the body. Mr. Rutherford will never tolerate toxicity in the LNC and let that go unchecked. He is the man that we need at the helm. And I thank you very much for your consideration to vote for Mr. Rutherford.
Good afternoon, Libertarians. How you guys doing today? My name is Boomer Shannon. Many of you guys know me. I'm an activist. I'm a campaign manager. I've had a lot of great successes in this party over the years. Campaign management is tough. It's a hard job. You've got to manage your opponents. You've got to manage volunteers, fundraising, infrastructure, all these things. It's a very difficult job. I've been on the ground fighting for liberty every day for the last 20 years, and I'm so proud to stand before you today to nominate Mark Rutherford for chair. I have had a lot of great successes. Obviously, my biggest one is Supervisor Hewitt. Jeff Hewitt, say hi. Wendy Hewitt is out there. We've had a lot of great elected officials in California and across the country. I want to shout out Apollo Pizzell and Burt Marshall over there in Wyoming. They've done a great job with those guys. Way to go. But my concern is this. The party has left all these candidates stranded, right? They pulled funding for the Frontier Project and all the other political successes that we've had and all of our down-ticket candidates. I've called the party and asked them for money. I called the party. I called caucuses. I called individual donors. And you know what? I didn't get a call back. Right? I don't mean to be braggadocious, but I'm a premier activist, and I want to see things fixed. This is why I'm supporting Mark for chair. I can only handle one failure at a time. If you can't act professionally, at least be raking in tons of cash. If you can't keep ballot access in all 50 states, at least support affiliates and candidates in smaller races. If you can't grow membership, stand on leadership. If you can't help yourself from turning our nominating convention into a campaign stop for everyone that would pat you on the head, at least make this a fair and equitable environment for liberty to grow. Mark Rutherford has been a stalwart of this party, organizing locally, organizing his state. He has had many successes, working hard for the LNC for decades. He already has relationships with donors that have fled, with volunteers that have fled, with members that have fled, and under his leadership, I expect a new day of the LP. Ladies and gentlemen, your next chair, Mark Rutherford.
Thank you all. Thank you, and thanks for the wonderful talking and nominating me for this. It's a time for the Libertarian Party to become a major party, and you have to do that by getting the things organized, the professionalism, the staff. You need to put it together. I've done that in the past for various organizations. I've done it for Libertarian Party of Indiana, working with them, and many great leaders and activists and other people in there, candidates from Indiana. That is what needs to be done. And can I be the national chair? I mean, I may not be the showman, but boy, I know in Indiana, I get lots of calls and I get lots of time on radio, on TV, on podcasts by people who aren't libertarians but want to know what we're doing. So I'm ready for the national circuit. I'm ready for national publicity and television to start interviewing me. In fact, I've been doing some already based on this. And here, it's time to get the party to be where it needs to be, a major party, well-organized, professional, and doing what needs to be done. I accept the nomination for chair of the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Very quickly, I would make a request that we be respectful to our candidates, please. Thank you. And next, we have Ms. McCardle.
I'm Scott Horton. I'm from Texas. Thank you. Thank you very much. 2 years ago in Reno, I gave a speech nominating Angela McArdle to be the new chair of the National Libertarian Party. It was the right call then, and I hope the delegates here this weekend will continue to support her in her efforts. Now, I know that everything has not been perfect, but the new strategic direction of the party is a major improvement and must be maintained. Now, recently at the Texas convention, a friend told me that there was a rumor going around that I had crudely dismissed anyone in the LP outside of our group. But as I told him, that's simply not true. I have always said that even the Mises Caucus's use of the phrase takeover was at least a double-edged sword, if not counterproductive. What really happened, and what we hope continues, is that the American Libertarian movement is joining the party to turn it into what it could and should be, the most powerful force for peace and liberty in the United States. Finally, a merger between the movement and the party that had been estranged from each other for so long. Now, our opponents said that we were right-wingers and we'd scare away the left. Then we did a big peace rally in Washington with the great Ron Paul headlining. And our critics all cried that we were sharing the stage with those terrible leftist icons of truth and peace, Max Blumenthal, Dennis Kucinich, and Jimmy Dore. The Mises Caucus is, and the Libertarian Party under Angela McArdle's leadership is, the continuation of the great Ron Paul revolution of 2008 and 2012. Hardcore for gold, guns, freedom, and peace. That is sound money, unrigged, real free markets, natural rights, including especially property, speech, and self-defense, and anti-imperialism. An end to American hegemony in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America, and an end to this destructive era of permanent war. We cannot have a limited government and a world empire, as you can see. So first things first, and this is our movement's comparative advantage too. We stay good on war, no matter who is in power. Anti-imperialism is our libertarian heritage, and we must continue to make war and peace our highest priority. Just in the last 2 years, the new leadership has made major gains in helping to make the broader American public conflate opposition to war with libertarianism and vice versa. This is due to our great protest in D.C., as well as the National Party's heroic support under Angela's leadership for the War Powers Resolution in Yemen and the Defend the Guard movement across the United States. And thank you all for that too. Out there in the wild, more and more people, including the war hawks, assume that war opponents are libertarians rather than leftists, in major part because of the clear and determined voice of the new LP. That achievement is the first of many I have for again nominating Angela McArdle for chair of the National Libertarian Party and asking for your vote in support of that nomination so that the party can continue to speak in an authentic libertarian voice on the most crucial issues and lead this country away from the precipice of national collapse and mass oppression. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'm probably not going to take the full 5 minutes. I'm not going to cut anyone down from the podium. That's not my job as a leader. My job is to build you guys up. And I will continue to build you up. It doesn't matter what you throw at me up here. You know that I'm going to maintain my cool. That's what I do. I believe in the principles that undergird this party. I believe it is a home for activism. I believe it is a home for radical libertarianism, for shifting the Overton window in the direction of liberty, for making sure that our U.S. government stops bombing people to death overseas, that they stop inflating the dollar, that we have our civil liberties no matter what pandemic or crisis happens. Us having the platform that we have is what makes all of those things more possible than they ever were in the past. I will continue to lead you in that direction. I will do all of the things for you. I will be your media face when we don't have our candidate. I will move heaven and earth to make sure that our candidates have a successful convention. I will make sure that our members have a convention that they're proud of that raises a ton of money. That's what we've done, and that's what I'll continue to do. And while we have it, we will spread the message of liberty. Our job is to gather up the remnant. It doesn't matter that the masses reject our message. We get up here and we preach it anyway. Your job is to go out and find the remnant, gather them up, and encourage them, because when everything goes to the dogs, we're the ones who will stick together and rebuild. And that's what we're doing with libertarianism. We are carrying out the vision of our founders. We care about what the founders of this party wanted. I believe in it, and I know that you believe in it. Please vote for me.
Thank you, Ms. McCardle. Was that a trumpet? What was that? Let's not do that. Mr. Basada.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Hi, thanks again, everyone. So I want to say a few things about how civilization emerges from the tradition of private property. Free people are motivated to discover the best information with which to increase the rate at which they transform or reorder matter that they exclusively control, their private property, to create wealth. Most of us transform our bodies in a manner that maximizes the value of the wealth in terms of labor, services, or products that we produce, and then trade with companies, employers, or the public. From our freedom to use or transform our private property emerges the freedom to trade it with anyone in the entire planet, which inadvertently transforms mankind into a global supercomputer where companies are motivated to innovate and learn from each other, competitors, thus inadvertently cooperate to create and spread superior information and subsequent social order. It is our freedom as consumers to trade our life order sustaining wealth for the best cars with the latest innovations, and as producers to go into the auto manufacturing business, which motivates existing auto manufacturers, competitors, to innovate, copy, compete, learn, to produce the best cars. Just like in the Olympics, we can discover the best athletes in the world due to global competition. So does having the freedom to trade with everyone in the world allows the best ideas to compete and spread globally, thus ensuring the best possible global order. Via advertising, competitors are motivated to spread the potential usefulness and superiority of their products and ideas, as well as the defects and inferiority of their competitors, thus accelerating the need to compete, copy, spread superior information and subsequent order. As cost-cutting ideas emerge and inevitably spread via competition, leading relative prices to continuously fall, now profitable ideas easily arise and once again spread via economic competition in an endless cycle of knowledge generation and innovation. For example, computers were once very expensive, but once the price of making them came down enough, people easily realized that every home could have them, which gave birth to our computerized world and the internet and all the great things that flow from it. The more wealth is produced, the more wealth has to be offered in exchange for labor as companies compete against each other for the labor they need, which helps explain why the economic pie grows for everyone. Morals are also knowledge, which also emerges and spreads via economic competition to considerable degrees. It is hardworking, tolerant, courteous people who, thanks to competition, inevitably motivate everyone else to be likewise. As 1974 Nobel laureate in economics F.A. Hayek tells us, quote, competition is, after all, always a process in which a small number make it necessary for larger numbers to do what they do not like, be it to work harder, to change habits, or to devote a degree of attention or continuous application or regularity to their work, which without competition would not be needed. As millions of Italians, Britons, Germans, Jews, and others from all over the world came to America, it was ultimately the competition which grows from private property and thus individual liberty, which stripped these people of their otherwise nationalistic, ethnocentric, tribalistic identities and evolved what can be seen as the classic American character of wanting to be seen as a reputable and honest businessman or professional who treats everyone with respect and wears a business suit as opposed to older ethnocentric dresses and attires. Thus, freedom and emerging competitive knowledge discovery, as opposed to leading to chaos, is what, one, enables and motivates the discovery and spread of superior information and subsequent social order. Two, it civilizes us. Three, protects us from being coerced into doing something we don't want and thus allows us to live our lives as we wish. And four, is vital for discovering the truth. Freedom is the ultimate algorithm. Sorry, I'm a little slow here. Zionism is likely to be an intellectual error. Okay, sometimes lots of very bright people with very good intentions make mistakes. That is the history of communism. A bunch of ideologues, it made sense to a lot of people. They looked at the complexity of the world and they fell for it. I was born into communism. My family members weren't evil. The idea that fellow Homo sapiens who identify as Jews have to abandon the thousands of humble synagogues spread throughout the Western world because somehow they cannot live with the other Homo sapiens, to create themselves a country in a place where there were relatively few of them, and the people in the area were adamantly opposed to the idea, was an intellectual error. Okay? Now, anti-Semitism is an error, is a mistake. We overcome mistakes by doing the best that we can to understand the underlying fallacies and then overcoming the error. We do not create an error to overcome another error. So, again, a few more relevant quotes. Whether somebody blows himself up to kill innocent civilians, whether someone grows up to be a Hitler or a Ludwig von Mises, it is obvious that it all comes down to the ideas and circumstances that cause this person to grow up the way they do. So just labeling people terrorists or anti-Semites or this or that is absurd. We have to focus on the ideas. Thus, Ludwig von Mises. It is ideas that group men into fighting factions, that press the weapons into their hands, and that determine against whom and for whom the weapons shall be used. It is they alone, not arms, that, in the last analysis, turn the scales. So we have to focus on the ideas. Mises, again, history speaks only to those who know how to interpret it on the ground of the correct theories. We know how the Marxists have all their silly theories about class exploitation and all this nonsense. Well, unfortunately, the Zionists also came up with all their theories about how somehow you just can't live along with other people and how there's always going to be hate towards Jews, and they create their own myths. Well, those are myths. Just like socialism, they have to be overcome. And thank you. Mises, one more time. We have to look at the past without blame. We have to sympathize with how people make mistakes. Again, my family members in Cuba, they weren't evil. They just make mistakes. Mises once again tells us, neither as judges allotting praise and blame, nor as avengers seeking out the guilty should we face the past. We seek truth, not guilt. We want to know how things came about to understand them, not to issue condemnations. And I think I'm out of stuff to talk about. But you can never have too many Mises quotes. Mises, again, most of the tyrants, despots, and dictators are sincerely convinced that their rule is beneficial for the people, that theirs is government for the people. And Hayek, two of my favorites. Once again, people make mistakes. Theodor Herzl, with the best of intentions, made a mistake. Hayek tells us, it is necessary to realize that the sources of many of the most harmful agents in this world are often not evil men, but high-minded idealists, and that in particular the foundations of totalitarian barbarism have been laid by honorable and well-meaning scholars who never recognized the offspring they produced. Hayek, again, most people are still unwilling to face the most alarming lesson of modern history, that the greatest crimes of our time have been committed by governments that had the enthusiastic support of millions of people who were guided by moral impulses. It is simply not true that Hitler or Mussolini, Lenin or Stalin appealed only to the worst instincts of their people. They also appealed to some of the feelings which also dominate contemporary democracies. And sadly, we see that right now in Gaza and Israel. You know? Hayek, one more time. Perhaps the fact that we have seen millions voting themselves into complete dependence on a tyrant has made our generation understand that to choose one's government is not necessarily to secure freedom. And that's it. Vote for me. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basada. Next, we have Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's. Mr. Nikela.
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I think back to when I was a young man, back in high school. Read Creature from Jekyll Island, discovered individualism, discovered the myth of collectivism, and said, my God, there's so much wrong with this world. What can I do as one person, as one individual, to try to make amends, to try to make the world a better place? Well, I discovered Ron Paul back in 2012. Dr. Ron Paul truly showed me there was a way forward. There was a new way of thinking, a paradigm shift that I know many in this room were inspired by and moved by Dr. Paul and brought to this party because of folks like him. Fast forward to Paul Fest in Tampa. Not only did I discover Bitcoin, but I also discovered the Libertarian Party through Gary Johnson. To his credit, he brought me in the movement. I got involved with Young Americans for Liberty at FIU and joined a group called the Rothbardian Circle, a group of anarcho-capitalists, Mises Institute graduates, and other folks who got me really involved, radicalized in libertarianism, and they had the opportunity then to table and talk to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students, to organize events and free speech walls and all these things. And what I realized with that experience is that so much of this country, whether they're on the left or the right or the in-between, even in some cases, so-called communists or socialists, a lot of them want the same things that we want. What do we want? We want freedom. Freedom, as I define it, is man's ability to have a hand in his own development, a freedom to author our futures, a freedom to run our businesses, a freedom to be in whatever relationship we want to, a freedom to own firearms, freedom to do whatever it is that we want to do. It's that freedom that to be able to chart your own destiny. And that's what most people want. Got involved after that, registered Libertarian, voted Libertarian with the Libertarian Party of the Florida Keys affiliate, Viva la Conca Republica. And we went on to start our affiliate down there. Had some folks approach me, hey, why do you run for Region 14 rep for the state party? Got involved with the Libertarian Party of Florida back in 2015. Go Florida. Live free or die. And eventually went on Eventually went on to run for treasurer. Didn't win the seat as treasurer at the time. At one point, treasurer stepped down. I stepped up, got us out of a very tough situation in Tallahassee. Had some stuff dropped unanimously. During my time as treasurer and LPF, we made record-breaking fundraising goals. The following term, became chair of LPF, broke even those records. Hired commission-based staff, raised tons of money for the state affiliate, put us in a good financial scenario. And I'll never forget when the Mises Caucus came into Florida. They did endorse me for chair. But I'll tell you something about Florida. We had the Mises people come in. They're new guys. They sized me up. I had to get in their court. You know, there was some conflict there, or there was some friction there. But at the end of the day, Florida is a beautiful example of what can happen when you have old guard, new guard, radicals, prags, all coming together for the same goal to accomplish the same things. And that's what we need in this party. What I believe happens in politics is that when there's no unifying, overarching goal, individuals tend to, and this is sociology, this is my interpretation, they tend to look at their own self-interest, form factions, and then we have the infighting and the inter-party fights that we've known to have over the last few years. I want to go back a little bit to Florida too, on some other stuff. I set goals, quarterly goals, with all the committee members, with all the committee chairs. We were on meetings once a month. All of our committees would get on a call. We'd have constant communication. Hey, communications, what's going on with fundraising? Oh, actually, we need help with this. What can I do to help your committee? Oh, you know, we're actually doing this thing. And it created fertile ground for new ideas to grow. Florida's a well-oiled machine. And what I think was most successful about my time leading Florida those 4 years was communication and goal setting being key. Communication is everything. It's everything in business, it's everything in politics, it's everything in leadership. I've been on the board for the LNC for the past 8 years now. I've seen what works, I've seen what doesn't work, I've seen what moves our party forward. What a lot of people don't understand about the LNC, it's really a bifurcated organization. You have the LNC on one hand and you have staff on the other hand. And oftentimes, staff are the ones putting in the work 40, 50 hours a week, putting in the real work, the engine to move the party forward, and we don't always see that. A lot of the times we see what happens on the LNC list, we see the grandstanding, we see the debates, but so much of what goes on in our organization is what's happening behind the scenes. I get that. And what I would encourage us to do is start looking at the LNC not just as the LNC, the board, but really what can we do to grow the organization as a nonprofit political organization? Because the reality is we're only making about $1.6 to $2 million per year as a political organization. That's small in politics. To get to where we need to go, we need to be a 10, 20, $100 million a year organization. If we want to accomplish what we want to accomplish. In my professional life, as you guys know, I want to run the LNC like a Wendy's. But it's not just running an organization, it's the operations that make a business grow. You've probably been to good Wendy's, you've probably been to bad Wendy's. You can taste the difference. And really that's what it comes down to. I have pride in my organization and my stores. We're top 15%. Wendy's actually recently came out to us and said, hey, we'll build you 5 stores and hand you the keys. You don't get there unless you're good at what you do. I run a $30 million a year enterprise. From administration to operations to working with my management, my staff, corporate, the brand, my customers. I know what it takes to get an organization going, running, and successful. And I want to take that experience, the same experience I brought to Florida, and bring it to the LNC as chair. You might ask, why am I doing this? Why do I want to run for chair? Well, I went to confession at a church one day, and the priest said, you have to run for LNC chair. No, I'm just kidding. I'm doing this because I've been in this movement, I've been in this party for the last 10 years, and this is something very near and dear to my heart. I'm getting married next week. But to be honest, I married the Libertarian Party 10 years ago. And my vows to you are, I want to be a servant of this organization. I want to watch the organization grow and succeed and be successful. I want to be here through the thick and thin, no matter what happens. no matter who's in charge, no matter who the delegates are. You're all amazing, great, fantastic people. And I guarantee you, when we put our differences aside, I would share any FEMA camp with the least of you. I truly believe there's so much more that unites us than separates us. And I'll tell you a story. When we reopened our local Dairy Queen in Tavernier, I used to go there when I was a kid. Hurricane Irma shut it down, and I actually came in, reopened it because why not? It's a local icon. Reopened the restaurant, and my sister came up to me and said, hey, there's my friend here. He's about 15 years old. He wants to meet you. I told him, you're the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Florida. I said, hey, it's nice to meet you. Well, thanks for coming aboard. He goes, you're a libertarian? I said, yeah. He goes, I'm a libertarian, and my friends are libertarian too. And this kid's 14, 15 years old. He went to the same high school that I went to. And I'll tell you one thing. When I was in high school, I had never heard the word libertarian. Here's a kid, 14, 15 years old. Not only is he a libertarian, but his friends are libertarian. We're growing as a movement. And if you ask me, the largest growing political bloc in America is third party, NPA. We need to get out there. We need to start doing search and rescue on these folks. Get them into our fold. And here's my plan. All right, number one, fundraising. We need to raise money. 3 or 4 commission-based fundraisers. Eventually, I want to pull in a full-time fundraiser, start building back out the fundraising department of our organization. We got to make money to spend money, baby. That includes, a part of that is getting membership up. We need to be very, very, very focused on growth. We need to have a growth-oriented mindset. We get our numbers up, we crank them up, then we can also fundraise off those folks and then do all the great stuff that we want to be able to do as an organization. Ballot access. We need to fund ballot access. We need 50 state plus DC and Guam ballot access. Remember when the socialists came into our party a few years ago and tried to take it over? We wouldn't let them. But the reason they are interested in the Libertarian Party and so many others are interested in the Libertarian Party is because of the value of our ballot access. And if I'm being honest with you, the reason why RFK, Trump, and Vivek all decided to come here is because they know we have 50 state ballot access. And that scares the shit out of them. And we need to continue to leverage that and build that, not only just to run the presidential candidate, but also for our people on the ground. Next up is affiliate support. I only got 5 seconds left, but 1 second. Well, I want to thank you. Impotentes defender libertatem non passant. Those without power cannot defend freedom. Thank you all. You're the best.
The least you could do, Mr. Nikalo, is open up a Wendy's table outside. And I want to apologize to Mr. Molman. I do not see him. There he is. Give it up for Mr. Molman.
Oh, thanks for the timer. That's awesome. Wendy's burgers are the best fast food burgers. Fight me. 4 years ago in a crazy convention during a crazy time, I stood on the stage in front of the delegates and said, there are no shortcuts to liberty. We need to do this, and we need to do this right. And that is still true today. We still need to do this, and we still need to do it right, and there are no shortcuts. Doing it right is also admitting when you're wrong. And during the debate, I said that Mrs. McArdle had not logged into CiviCRM, and I was wrong. She has logged in 10 times total, since the first time being August 23rd of 2023. My apologies. So, now on my real speech. Let's see, yes. In 2020, I brought up a conga line of endorsers across the party and all that kind of stuff. And I decided this time I wanted to have an opportunity to actually speak with you rather than just give some tag, bumper sticker, slogan things, because when you only have 30 seconds, you can't really say a lot. Most of you know that I've been involved in the party, active for 18 years. I've served in multiple roles, national, regional, state, and local. I've been a candidate. I've been a campaign manager multiple times for multiple campaigns in multiple states. I've run multiple ballot access drives. I started on the LNC. My wife still is questioning why I'm trying to do this again. It's because I believe we need to move the organization forward. Now, I'm going to tell you, believe it or not, the abridged version of how I got here, and I say believe it or not when you start hearing the story. I was pressured by family into voting for Bob Dole in 1996. Immediately submitting the ballot, I regretted that. And I decided I would never do that again. I would never be pressured into voting for the lesser of two evils. And I didn't let people tell me what to think. I started a 2-year journey of self-exploration and philosophical rectification. And I figured out my core philosophy and then rectified all my other beliefs around it. And at the end of that journey, all I knew is that I wasn't a Democrat and I wasn't a Republican. And at a bar over drinks with a friend in 1998, he said, "Hey, you sound like a libertarian." I said, "What the hell's a libertarian?" And he said, "Check out lp.org. I did. I liked what I saw. I signed up for more information. Harry Brown came to Louisville, Kentucky in 1999 as part of his 2000 campaign, and I was hooked. All the money in my wallet got plucked up by Michael Cloud. It happened. I voted for Harry in 2000, and he lost. He got, 0.2 or something like that %? And I was devastated, and I swore off politics, said, screw it, this isn't worth it. I went back to sleep politically. I did vote for Bednark in 2004. And in 2005, June of 2005, the Supreme Court decided the terrible Kelo decision, the decision that a city can take your house and sell it to a private developer for $1 because it increases the tax base. I could not believe. It is literally it made me very angry. And then it just so happened that a few months later, my father got a random invitation sent to a random batch of Republicans in Kentucky to hear this guy named Ron Paul, whose name I knew, to speak in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I wonder why I was going to Bowling Green. If those don't know, Rand lives there. To speak about eminent domain. And I said, "Hey, Dad, are you interested in this?" And he said, "No." I said, "You mind if I take this?" He said, "No." So I went. I was inspired that night. I won the auction for the signed flags, in fact. So in February of 2006, the state chair of my party reached out to me for the first time. Keep in mind, I'd signed up in 98, became a member in National in 99. It's in 2006. Institutional problems. And asked, "Hey, who wants to run for Congress? Come to Louisville on this day." So I went. And there were 2 of us there. And the other guy was better looking, was quicker on his feet, just a generally better charismatic, more opposing presence. And so he became the candidate, I became the campaign manager. Amazing candidate, awesome. But the state party literally had no resources to provide us. We asked for a voter list, didn't have it. We asked for a member list, didn't have it. Asked for a donor list, didn't have it. How the hell are you supposed to run a campaign? And so that's when I decided that I believed in the philosophy. If I wanted to see it happen, we had to fix the organization so it would work. That we had these things for good candidates when they stepped up to be able to win, or at least make a better showing. So, on a budget of $750 versus $2 million from the Democrats and Republicans, we got 4.9% in that race, in a 3-way race. And that is still, to this day, unfortunately, the record for a congressional race in Kentucky in a 3-way race. I hope that we will beat that someday, and I hope that day is soon. But we could have done better had we had the resources. We were looking for, when are the county fairs? Who are the people who have ever donated to the party in the district? Who is a contact? Anything. Now, what's interesting is we lost that race, but we won. Because in that race, the winning congressman, if you all remember back to 2006, the Republicans got slaughtered, beat down. They were all like, "Stay the course. We got to stay in Iraq and see it through. Stay the course." And my guy gave a great answer on KET, was basically summed up was, get the troops home as fast as possible. Let's get out of there. Get out, right? Get out of the wars. So the next morning, after the election, the Republicans took a beating, but our district is so red, he survives. He gets on radio, and he basically took the words that I wrote for the campaign candidate and said, the morning after, that we needed to get out of Iraq as soon as possible. We got a sitting congressman who voted and was campaigning on staying in Iraq to say, hey, maybe we need to get out of Iraq as soon as possible. That is a positive change. We shifted the political thought of an entire congressional district with that campaign. And that's how, even when we lose, we still win, because we're moving the needle forward. And guess what? So that guy retired a few years later. Do you know who the congressman that now sits in that seat is? Thomas Massey. So even when we lose, we can win. And that's why I want the party to act as a party over an advocacy group. It's not that advocacy is bad. We need more of it. But political parties are specifically vehicles built to help candidates run for office with the idea that they would be elected to office. Advocacy is best done through 501c3 organizations where you can donate funds tax-free. You get a tax deduction for advocacy then. I give to 2 of them, and I run another 501c3. It's awesome to be able to hey, you get to write this off your taxes. It's a lot easier to raise money for those campaigns. So, back to my quick story here in 2007, I made it my mission to make the state party work. And I wanted to build a machine that would support our candidates. And I learned a lesson that many of you, if you haven't learned yet, you will learn very soon. This stuff is hard. It's really hard to run a political party. It's really hard to go out there into the grind, to go up against the narrative, to be ignored by the media, to have all these things. It's hard, but we do it because it's worth it. Now, lacking institutional knowledge, I went back and I looked at the history of the Libertarian Party of Kentucky and the history of third parties in general in the country. And I learned historically in America what it is that causes non-major parties to fail. When a smaller political party begins to act more like a caucus of a larger political party rather than an individual entity, that smaller political party dies. This is consistent in American history. The LP's independence and distinctiveness are crucial to achieving our mission of individual liberty. Maintaining a clear separation from the other parties, we continue to provide a genuine alternative for liberty-oriented voters disillusioned with the status quo. I've only got a minute left, so I'm going to have to cheat and go way forward. All right, here we go. So, I want to create a better world. I genuinely want every single person to succeed in life, whatever that means to them. We recognize that every person is an individual. They have their own individual hopes and dreams. And even within our own party, we all have our reason for being here, right? Whether it's a war or economics. I said, I'm a kilo property rights guy. These are not invalid things. Just because somebody doesn't drive that particular person doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that that's a different type of advocacy. We need to embrace anyone who is willing to work to remove the state from your life in any aspect. There is nothing wrong with saying, hey, I want to focus on the war, cool. Hey, I want to focus on taxes, cool. Hey, I want to focus on gay rights, cool. Hey, I want to focus on gun rights, cool. We need everybody to understand that we need to be inclusive, let people fight for liberty on their terms. That is what I will support as chair. I will never tell you you're wrong unless you're actually advocating for the increase of government. Then you're wrong. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. We will now have our secretary come up to explain the balloting process.
Hey, hello, everyone. All the delegation chairs, which I know attended all of the trainings and watched the videos, but what you need to do, only your delegation chairs, need to go up the line of the first steps over there where you see the guy with the tie-dye frantically waving, who's been working really hard, and please thank the entire teller team. They are fantastic. So if you go up the first step, they will give your state your packet. I'm going to explain a little bit this first round. You will be pros after a couple rounds. Hopefully it won't be a couple rounds on this one, but by the end of this convention, you'll be pros. You'll have a manila envelope that on the front will have a delegation chair tally sheet. Inside that envelope will be a number of index cards that is the maximum number of delegates that your state was allocated. Though that may not be, you may have less people. I don't know that. Please make sure no alternates are voting, but you won't have enough cards for that anyway if you filled your delegation. So the delegation chair will then pass out the index cards to each delegate. And I have some instructions on the screen. On your index card, please put the title of the race, this is chair round 1, and the name of your state in case somehow it gets separated. Do not sign your ballot unless your state bylaws require it. There is only one state that requires that as far as I know. It's the best state, Colorado, quite obviously. Oh, come on. Birthplace of the Libertarian Party, you got to give it up to us. So in this race, which is a vote for only one ballot, only write one nominated candidate. They are listed up there, or you can write NOTA, which is none of the above. If you write two different things, we don't know what you want, and your vote will be counted as a ballot cast, but not credited to any candidate. So then, delegation chairs, after you've collected all of your index cards, you will tally up the numbers and then you're going to put the index cards back in the envelope. Do not seal it because we didn't order enough envelopes. Do not seal it. Bring it back to the tellers, who will then work their ever-loving tails off to get these tallied as fast as possible. If you have any questions, please ask the teller team. They will let you know. So delegation chairs, go.
Thank you, and I believe we have a microphone 3. Is it on? Can we turn microphone 3 on, please, very quickly?
Mic 1. Test. Okay.
Say something? No good.
Just making sure this one works.
Check, check.
Hello, hello.
Billy,
There
come
we
to
go.
4.
Thank you.
Billy, come to 4.
Yep.
Billy Pierce, delegate from Texas. Request for information and point of personal privilege. Sir, not everyone on this floor is a credentialed delegate. We've got folks walking around that are members of the public, an elected Republican senator or representative. We got a lot of folks here who are not delegates. I request that the vice chair clear the floor of non-delegates.
Yeah, if you do not have a button that says delegate, you should not be down here on the floor. You should be up in the, what are we calling that? The mezzanine, whatever that is. So please clear the floor. The gallery, thank you.
Mr. Chair, point of personal something. I just want to ask that we give folks a little extra time to come and go, since the Secret Service has blocked the escalators and there is only one elevator that runs to this floor. I would ask that we give our delegates an opportunity to move back and forth and actually freely participate in our process, please.
Okay, can I ask you to clarify your specific request? It was hard for me to hear it. The elevators are going to be blocked?
Yes, I'm just asking on our breaks, on places where we're taking 10 minutes or where we have a certain amount of time to do things, if we could give an extra 3 minutes or 4 minutes so that people can come and go, because that method, the escalators of transportation, is not functional for us because of Secret Service.
Okay, gotcha. Was that a motion? I think it was just a point of personal privilege.
Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone. Is this thing still on?
Yeah, I do at some point.
Mr. Chair, John Phillips, mic 4.
I'm sorry, we're going to need to stand at ease. If you have any questions about the ballot process, please direct them to your delegation chairs.
Well, actually, I was going to ask if we could proceed with nominating speeches as had been done in the past during balloting.
1 second, please. Could you please repeat that? If everybody could quiet down a little bit, please. Mr. Phillips, could you please repeat that?
Yes, sir. I would request that while we are tallying votes, that we proceed with nominating speeches as we have done in the past.
We will do that once the tellers have all of their, sorry, 1 second.
Once you're actually tallying, not voting. Yes.
Yes, we will do that.
Point of order. Microphone 3. Did you have an interrupting motion? Well, I do. Okay. Good.
I'd like to thank Ms. Bilyeu for bringing this to my
Point
attention.
of order. Microphone 3.
What Ms. Bilyeu had asked is if the delegation chairs have more index cards because you did not fill your delegation, please put a big X through those cards and put them back in your envelopes. Thank you.
Point of order. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Mr. Russell Brooksbank, I know how to do it. Mr. Russell Brooksbank, Indiana. I just heard someone make a motion to do the nominating speeches in between voting. Does that needs to be voted on by the body? That's an adjustment to the agenda.
I believe we will be doing that anyway.
Say again?
I believe that was what we were going to do anyway. So I don't think that we need a motion.
I don't think that was part of the agenda, sir. I think that needs to be voted on.
Okay, let me take a look very quick.
Hi.
I'm guarding this line, okay?
Are you making a motion? Really on the language, it's just all orders of the day. Okay, may I make a motion? What's it? Are you at the mic or am I at the mic?
Arguably,
I'm at the mic? Okay. Point of information, microphone 1. Point of information, microphone 1.
Give me 1 second, please.
Just for you.
There was a point of information.
Point of information, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
I believe earlier it was stated that C-SPAN could not cover us tomorrow. They could only cover us today for our nomination. Is that correct?
Angela?
Guys, this is important.
Guys, order.
Listen, There was a major miscommunication with C-SPAN, and they're gone. So here's what you're going to think about, and you're welcome to fight it out at the microphone. Do you want to elect your president now without C-SPAN while we scramble to get media back in the room so that you can have a press conference right after Donald Trump's talk is over and get all the media attention in the whole wide world, or do you want to do it Sunday morning? It's up to you.
Request for information, microphone 3.
Madam Chair, microphone
Sorry,
3, request for information.
I'm still looking for an answer to my point of information.
Thank you. Microphone 3, request for information. Yes. Madam Chair, microphone 3, request for information.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm still looking for an answer to my point of information.
Request for information, microphone 3.
What was your question?
My question
is who was responsible?
Please quiet down.
Who was responsible for the miscommunication with C-SPAN?
Mr. Ferreira?
Yeah, so I'm looking for clarification as to if C-SPAN can cover us today or tomorrow.
I believe Angela just answered the question, and that they are not here.
I believe she answered that they cannot cover us today, but can they cover us tomorrow?
My question was, who is responsible for the miscommunication with C-SPAN?
It is
Point of personal
dilatory,
privilege.
but
Can
I
we
will
please
tell
quiet it
you
down in here?
that my communications with them are that they would be here today and not tomorrow. And I spent over a month organizing this. And something happened at the last minute where now they're not here, and I'm not going to blame anyone because I think it was an honest mistake. But those of you who sat in state chairs meetings with me know this.
Thank you for the answer.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
It would take a majority vote to vote for it again. Oh, I mean, excuse me, a two-thirds vote. So yeah, we get the same as original. We're voting now, and so this other motion is not in order.
Okay. We are not going to be taking any points of whatever at this time. There is a vote in progress. Once that vote is completed and they're tallying those votes, then we will continue business. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
And we are going to hear from Scott Horton now while we are tallying.
Mr. Vice Chair,
What motion?
point of personal privilege here. Can we get a statement on what is happening with the elevators? Because we're hearing some of our delegates are trapped upstairs in Washington, and we would like just a statement about how they get down, if anybody knows, because the Secret Service seems to not be letting anybody downstairs.
We don't know. We will try to find out. Thank you for raising that for us.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you also?
As I said, I am not entertaining any points of anything right now until the vote is complete.
It's about fire safety at Mike 1.
We are at ease.
All right.
Please welcome Scott Horton.
All right, thank you again, everybody. I shaved my ears for this? Wow, no, first of all, I want to talk about how great all of the presidential candidates were on War and Peace today, huh? Let's hear it for them all. That was just fantastic. Now, regarding Donald Trump's appearance here later today, I think it was Aretha Franklin who said, "Who's zooming who?" Well, the answer, I hope, is us, him. At first, I thought it was a bad idea to invite Trump to the convention for many of the same reasons I've heard from people here. But I changed my mind. No one can make a better case against the former president than me. Though I admit laughing my head off at the humiliation of his enemies, I've always opposed Trump and have chapters in 2 of my books about what a bad president he was. And I could talk for the rest of this speech about how bad he probably will be if reelected. I just might. But he really may be reelected and be the president again for another 4 years. So instead of simply protesting, we should do everything we can to take this opportunity to try to influence the man's thinking. Now, of course, we can't win Trump's loyalty, but we can reinforce ideas that are obviously already in his head, such as 1, he needs the liberty movement, and 2, we are not with him. If the movement supports the LP instead of the GOP in November, that could be Trump's margin of defeat, and he knows it. After all, he came to us. I wonder if we party members all really understand the leverage that we already have. Did you know that in the last couple of years, the Republicans spent millions of dollars in court to try to kick us off the ballot in Texas? Why? It's because they sense our potential power as a party more than we do. Now, admittedly, it would be difficult for the Libertarian Party to replace the Republicans as America's second party and achieve 51% of the vote 50% of the time. Winning is the most important thing, and we absolutely are and should be running to win. But even when we're behind in the votes, we can still extort Republicans. And Democrats too in some cases. Even if we only have 5% of the vote, the margin of victory or defeat for their candidates in most cases. We are never here to serve the Republicans, but we should make them kowtow to us. When they step out of line, we should attack them from a constitutionalist and free market stance and call them liberals and rhinos and undermine their base mercilessly and help them lose. But when they behave on our most crucial issues, we must then make good on our promises to stay out of their way. On a one candidate, one race at a time basis, of course. They should fear us, but they should also know that we can be reasonable if they can. Because this is not about us. It's about the country that we live in, its present and its future. These are the cards we've been dealt and have to play. Now, Trump is afraid that our candidate will win his margin of defeat. So he is here today to try to convince us that we would be better off with him. Now, he might think that he can just flatter us, but we have to let him know that will not work. We have huge concerns about Trump's past record and his current platform. We want Trump to feel our pressure, not just this weekend, but for the rest of the summer and campaign season, and if he wins, for the next 4 years. We must be appeased. It's probably impossible, but it's still important to make him try. Otherwise, who else does he have to please? The end timesers? The Israel lobby? Lockheed and Boeing? Pfizer? TV news anchors? Making him consider that pleasing them angers us is absolutely worth a shot. And we libertarians, we already have our own Libertarian Party and an alternative candidate to support. Somewhere else to go. Somewhere we already are. Something other pressure groups do not have. Now, no one here is talking about the LP endorsing Trump. That is not anywhere near on the table. Trump is just here asking the membership to vote for him in November, basically. And of course, no matter what he says, we will have our own nominee and are running him to win to the best of our ability. But I'll tell you one thing that Trump is right about. To him, we are the Ron Paul people. That is exactly who we are. But Trump is Rudy Giuliani, who, as we remember, was vanquished in one shot by Dr. Paul just by telling the truth about how Bush's father and Bill Clinton had motivated 9/11 by bombing Iraq from bases in Saudi Arabia all through the 1990s. Trump says we need to ban Muslim travel to America until we figure out what's going on. Well, Ron Paul already explained it. It was Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton bombing Iraq from bases in Saudi for 10 years as part of the Israeli-inspired dual containment policy, as well as their support for Israel's slaughter of the Palestinians and Lebanese that motivated bin Laden and the 9/11 hijackers. Putting Israel first is treason to the United States of America. Blaming radical Islam for terrorism is a ridiculous red herring, like blaming radical Catholicism for the IRA's war against the British in Northern Ireland. Hilariously, Trump recently accused Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's #1 co-conspirator, Joe Biden, of abandoning Israel for temporarily holding up delivery of 2,000-pound bombs they've been using to kill tens of thousands of women and children with. One GOP congressman filed articles of impeachment over it. Impeachment over temporarily holding up an arms deal to a country we are not even treaty allies with. Who ever heard of such a crazy thing, right? It's just another case of the Republicans acting exactly like the Democrats. Read the room, guys. The American people do not believe in the wars anymore. In August 1982, President Ronald Reagan wrote in his diary about calling Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin regarding his bombing of civilians in Lebanon. Quote, met with the news the Israelis delivered the most devastating bomb and artillery attack on West Beirut lasting 14 hours. I called PM Begin immediately. I was angry. I told him it had to stop or our entire future relationship was endangered. I used the word Holocaust deliberately and said the symbol of his war was becoming the picture of a 7-month-old baby with its arms blown off. 20 minutes later, he called to tell me he'd ordered an end to the barrage and plead for our continued friendship. End quote. President Biden apparently has far less courage when it comes to standing up for American interests than President Reagan. Senator Biden actually advised Begin to be even more ruthless back then, just as he's encouraging and abetting Netanyahu's merciless canned hunt in Gaza now. And all Trump can do is attack Biden for not being bloodthirsty enough? What a disgrace. Speaking of which, October 7th and its aftermath was the direct result of Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's godson, Jared Kushner, and billionaire mega donor Sheldon Adelson's Middle East policy. The Netanyahu doctrine, including the so-called deal of the century and Abraham Accords, were the payoff to Hamas and the sellout of the Palestinian people that made last fall's attack inevitable. Just 4 weeks before October 7th, Netanyahu sent the head of Mossad to Qatar to pressure them to continue to send hundreds of millions of dollars to Hamas, for the purpose of dividing and conquering the Palestinians. A policy for which, according to the Israeli outlet Ynet, during his time in office, the Qataris got a waiver from Trump's Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin so they would not be sanctioned for backing a known terrorist group. Just 2 weeks before the attack, Netanyahu gave a speech at the UN bragging that he'd gotten away with permanently denying the Palestinians independence. Then all hell broke loose. The policy they called buying quiet failed. There's a very real risk that in his next term, President Trump will double down on his errors and help the Likud finish the job and cleanse all 5 million Palestinians in the occupied territories into the Negev Desert, Sinai Peninsula, or Jordan. The dishonest, cynical blasphemer John Hagee and his flock of misled sheep will love it. Future American victims of terrorism and the Geneva Conventions be damned. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump tried to make Netanyahu the Prime Minister of the U.S. Senate. Jared Kushner is already talking about building beachfront condos in Gaza. If Donald Trump wants the libertarians, the Ron Paul people, he will have to throw all the hawks overboard. And that means neocon, nationalist, liberal globalist, and Likud. We are anti-imperialists. We oppose foreign interventionism and the national security state root and branch. America first does not mean we can do whatever we want like George W. Bush. It means defend America first. It means bring the empire home now. Our government has no right to remain the dominant power in Europe, Asia, or the Middle East. Global intervention threatens our interests and rather than protecting them. And the people of this country simply cannot afford to rule the world anyway. 8 years ago, the CIA and FBI framed Donald Trump for treason with Russia. You know that, right? None of Russiagate was true. The secret police made it all up. 1, to try to prevent him from becoming the president. 2, as an excuse to try to overthrow him using the 25th Amendment. And 3, finally, after that didn't work, as the FBI told CNN, to rein him in so that he could not live up to his electoral mandate and forge a permanent peace with Russia. Obviously, this worked beyond the war party's greatest hopes. Instead of implementing Minsk II, Trump continued Obama's policy of ignoring the peace deal and selling Ukraine weapons for 4 straight years before handing the government over to Biden, who simply pressed the gas in the same direction the policy was still headed from when he had left the vice presidency 4 years before, and leading to the current war. Trump even tore up the Intermediate Nuclear Forces and Open Skies treaties and threatened to leave New START, the last U.S.-Russia treaty limiting overall stockpiles of nuclear weapons and ICBMs. Just a few weeks ago, it was Trump's suggestion of a fake guaranteed loan for $60 billion worth of weapons for Ukraine at war with Russia that finally broke Congress's resistance and got the appropriation passed. TV says that Trump's vendetta against his enemies in the permanent government threatens democracy, since they figure the dishonorable perjurers at the FBI and Justice Department and bloody-handed regime changers at CIA somehow represent American self-government. But does anyone other than MSNBC anchors really believe that if reelected, Trump is going to clean house at any of these agencies or departments? We all know he's just going to put a war hawk friend like Mike Pompeo in charge and trust him again. Bet you dimes to dollars, dollars to dimes. You know, it was Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton who inaugurated America's pivot to China in an article in Foreign Policy magazine in 2011. That's what the TPP trade deal was all about, freezing China out. Trump opposed it because he thought it wasn't protectionist enough. Trump had just ratcheted Hillary and Obama's China policy up a couple of notches. But notice that Biden has not backed off. He's been more Trump than Trump in the Pacific, giving an explicit war guarantee to Taiwan and stationing more and more naval and air forces in the region. And he's kept all of Trump's tariffs and even increased them. In the case of Russia and China, Trump's policy was just as bad, the same, as Obama's and Biden's. And if he takes office again next year, he'll be picking up right where he left off again. So what is the point of being separate from the American power elite when you're no different than the rest of them in practice anyway? Now, here are two things Trump was good on: Afghanistan and North Korea. He signed a deal to end the Afghan war, thank goodness, after escalating it for 3 of his 4 years first, though. And Trump unfortunately let John Bolton ruin his talks with North Korea, which could have led to a real peace deal and massive reduction in the threat of war. That could potentially be his most important achievement right out of the gate if he were to be reelected. As Annie Jacobson's new book, Nuclear War, shows, a deal to finally make peace in Korea is of the highest importance. And the Libertarian Party voted on our top 10 issues we demand former President Trump address here today. Nowhere on the list are any of the dumb scandals the Democrats keep manufacturing. Instead, they are important things. For a few, Trump encouraged and refused to halt the Fauci lockdowns of 2020. As he put it, a cure far worse than the disease. In doing so, he violated every American's rights and permanently destroyed millions of his constituents' small American businesses in favor of his deadly enemy, Jeff Bezos' Amazon.com, which did not have to shut down at all. Trump's CARES Act is 1/2 of the reason for the current inflation crisis. He shattered every Obama spending record and always wants the Fed to lower rates to fuel inflationary bubbles. With his approval, the Justice Department indicted the heroic journalist Julian Assange of WikiLeaks.org for espionage in direct contravention of the First Amendment and leading to Assange's torturous detention in solitary confinement in a British dungeon while facing life in prison here in the United States. Trump is currently demanding, quote, full indemnification for all American police for crimes they commit against citizens. It's like he's taking Thomas Jefferson's list of complaints against King George out of the Declaration of Independence and using it as his platform. On Yemen, Trump continued Obama's policy of backing Saudi, UAE, and al-Qaeda, bombing the Shiite Houthis for 4 years straight, killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people. He made Raytheon check cashers happy doing so, as his trade director Pete Navarro boasted to the New York Times. But he lost the war anyway. Trump ordered troops out of Syria and then backed down 3 separate times in 2017, 18, and 20. not to mention falling for 2 separate sarin hoaxes at Khan Shaykhun and Duma and bombing the Assad government over them. Americans have been killed in Syria in the time since, again, as revenge for what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. And regardless of the overwrought hyperbole of the Democrats and their unfair persecution of the January 6th rioters, it was a serious loser move for Trump to try to continue to dispute the last election after the Electoral College had already voted and asked people to show up there that day at all. Trump put his own supporters in jail as much as Merrick Garland did. What could Trump say to make us believe that he's learned the error of his ways, that he will prioritize peace and turn into the Ron Paul that we all know he's not? Personally, I'll be voting Libertarian in November. But I might consider supporting a ticket including Rand Paul for vice president. Though I'd really like to see the man be Secretary of State, a promise of that job before the election would just not be good enough for me compared to the naming of the senator for vice president at the Republican convention. Like I say, then at least I'd consider it. And by the way, Mr. Trump, there is easily a full national security cabinet worth of credentialed, America First, non-interventionist conservatives and libertarians who could run your Defense Department, intelligence agencies, and National Security Council. Have your people talk to my people. Okay, just me. I'll put you in touch. Now, our hosts today have tried very hard to arrange it so that Trump must address our criticisms, rather than think he can get away with just bulldozing us all with his regular stump speech. Now, we will probably all be as unimpressed at the end of his talk as we have been all this time. But usually he's pretty funny, at least. So let's be polite but firm with our guest. If he wants to be president again, we the people demand freedom and peace. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Amazing as always. All right. So I believe all of the envelopes are at the tellers. Is that correct? Okay. If we could put the secretary's screen back up, that would be amazing. Yeah, can we get the secretary's screen back up? Please stand by. We are having some technical difficulties. Oh, never mind. Here we are. All right, and the tellers have all the envelopes. So we may proceed with business, and I believe next up is presidential nomination speeches? Not speeches, nominations. So I believe I just opened the floor up for nominations. Are the mics working? If everybody could please quiet
Microphone
down.
1, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Microphone 1.
Yes. So given the fact that there was bad information given to the body before a vote was taken, I believe the way to reconsider that would be a motion to reconsider from someone who voted. Is that correct? Voted in the winning way. Is that correct?
Right. So my understanding is that you would move to reconsider something previously adopted, and that motion. This would be a two-step process. The first motion would be a motion to reconsider, and that would be a majority. And then you would then revisit the vote, the motion that was adopted previously, and that would be a 2/3 vote, since it was a motion to suspend the rules. And then you would then vote that motion down. Does that make sense?
Almost, I think.
So,
okay.
If you previously voted yes to adopt that or to adopt that motion, you would then swap your vote and vote it down, because it would be like you would, if you wanted to sustain it, you would vote yes.
Okay. So now we have a weird nuance here. I wanted to vote no. I was running to the microphone in order to vote no. Me standing at that time, I was counted as voting yes.
How you were counted is what counts.
Well, then I would like to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, it's been moved to reconsider, and I assume I know which motion this was, but could you please?
This was the motion to move the POTUS nominations to now. During the debate of that motion, it was said that C-SPAN could cover us today, not tomorrow. C-SPAN was never here today. They could not cover us today. They have always intended to cover us tomorrow. They can be here tomorrow. And so that vote was made off of false pretenses that I was trying to correct when the vote was being made.
Okay. I believe there is some conflicting information. The chair seems to have more information than I do. If she would like to.
Sorry, everyone in line.
Was there a second?
Second.
Okay.
It was not always. I personally
Point of order.
originally planned for it to happen on Saturday. That's what their availability was. Their availability changed.
Point of personal privilege, please. Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Rexall Horn, Oklahoma. There is too much noise in the hall and we can't hear business.
Okay. If somebody could please shut the door, that would be great.
Point of
Wait,
order.
yeah, where's Wayne? Where is Wayne?
Point of order, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Kate Prather, Texas.
Say again?
Kate Prather, Texas. Point of order.
Yes.
I don't believe that we do business during balloting.
Right. So balloting is finished right now. So they are counting the votes. So
I thought until the election was done.
No. It's business is in order at this time. It wasn't while we were still waiting on ballots to be turned into telling. And now they're...
And all 50 states are in.
All the states have their ballots in, and now they are being counted.
Mr. Chair, microphone 4.
They're not? Looks like Georgia has not submitted. The tellers say that Georgia has. They're re-voting.
Georgia's re-voting?
Point of information at microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
I'm a little confused, Mr. Chairman. Are we conducting any business at this time?
We were. Let's clarify the situation with Georgia.
Mr. Chair, point of privilege at mic 1.
Yes.
I just wanted to make it known that Secret Service is also blocking fire exits, and as a former fire chief, that is a safety hazard to everyone in this delegation.
Okay.
Mike 2, delegate from Georgia.
I can't hear you. Can you please speak up? And everybody, please quiet down.
Mike 2, delegate from Georgia. Just to clarify what's going on.
Hold on 1 second. Everybody, please quiet down. Was that at microphone 4?
Microphone 2. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
Microphone 2.
Yes, sir. I was just going to let you know that we're almost done collecting.
Can you please speak up? I'm.
Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Delegate from Georgia, we are just about done collecting ballots. We had a wrong total number.
I have a motion and a second to reconsider. That's where we're at.
I don't know if we have a.
Are you going to make it?
Okay, we're going to stand at ease because I believe there are 2 states where their ballots were rejected by the tellers because there was a discrepancy in the total number of votes. So we'll stand at ease for a couple minutes till they get those in, and then we'll continue on the motion on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Can I make an announcement from microphone 2?
We are at ease. This was
An announcement?
an announcement?
Yes.
Okay.
While we are counting votes, we just wanted to let everybody know that Georgia has
Everybody, please quiet down.
Georgia has Georgia peaches available if you guys want a snack. Come on over. Southern Hospitality. We would love to meet all of the delegates right here next to microphone 2.
All right, thanks. Now we are at ease.
Okay. Okay.
We're going to have security announcements later. There's nothing that's going to affect this room, I don't believe, but I'll be giving you all a full update ASAP.
Mr. Watkins, point of personal privilege. Yep.
If you had to change it, reconsider. It's made when we were for the cost.
I'll just wait.
So you can just make the announcement.
So
I want to make sure that they know.
if it wasn't, then we'll just make it again when it comes back. We'll move to reconsider because I think the body wants that to happen. And then we'll vote to reconsider, and then it will fail 2/3 to change the amendment. It basically undoes it and it has to vote again. So the way it works is no. So the motion to reconsider is only a majority vote. So it has to be moved to second by someone who.
Mr. Watkins, if I could have your attention, please. Microphone 1. Sorry, point of personal privilege. My name is Sam Robb. I'm from the state of Pennsylvania.
Everybody, please quiet down.
And I'm here with Andrea Holt from the state of Georgia. And we have some information that we would like projected on the screen when we're able. A friend of ours, Bethany Love from the great state of Texas, is a caring soul, passionate libertarian, and is also struggling with cancer. She was recently diagnosed and is going through chemotherapy. Madam Secretary, we sent you information that we ask to be put on the screen whenever it is available and there's nothing of importance to be put up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Evil like that. And it wasn't malice. It really was just.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege, microphone 3.
Let's please stand at ease now.
Question. A is A.
I'm just going to go off and check.
I'm just going to point privilege that we have Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege. Mic 1.
Fire safety.
Oh, there's the parliamentarians.
I'm not going to entertain any more points of anything right now until we confirm that all the states have turned their ballots in.
It's about the fire exits real quick, if I can. So me and the architect, we checked all the fire exits. We do have enough coverage, just enough, so we're good.
Thank you.
I would like to just not get trampled. Understandable. I'm on the architects because it's a fire prison. We want you to fuck out. I'll say we can pull that stuff out. Not stuff that you can't. You burn. We like you out. But we have gear.
I really want to get this shirt that has Stalin's face on it. Dark humor is like food. Not everybody gets it. I see.
If you could please, if you do not have a delegate button, please physically remove yourself from the convention floor. Again, I will repeat, if you do not have a delegate button, then please physically remove yourself from the convention floor onto the gallery or outside. Also, please keep it down, not right now, but later.
In that spirit, for anyone who is wondering where the afuera ribbons have been coming from, this is Daniel Ziemba with the Minnesota delegation. We are right in front of Georgia where the peaches were handed out. So if you would like one of the afuera ribbons, I've got them here at Minnesota.
You ever hear?
Mr. Chair, is taxation theft?
I do believe so.
Well, he's currently acting as chair.
I think Big Bob and Matt originally done it. They asked what happened, like called it White Light and said Mountain Dew.
That's a good question. Mustache real. Got a pretty good attention to Swimming from C-SPAN is texting every 5 minutes. I've been corrected.
Having what?
The woman from C-SPAN keeps texting me, have you corrected this? Obviously, they want to cover our presidential nomination.
Not right
They
now.
had cameras set up all weekend to do just that.
I'll clean out your insides.
And they have set their programming tomorrow night. They slotted out in their programming for us.
Well, but the problem is that Trump is scheduled to speak tonight. So, and we want our duly nominated presidential candidate to be the one to respond to the press conference afterwards.
Yeah, but
Whoever it is.
we won't have a nominated president by then. Starting nominations take 2 hours at a minimum. Yeah. So now we're going to get neither thing. We're not going to get our president speaking after Trump, and we're not going to get a C-SPAN. Right? Am I wrong? So how many presidential candidates do we have? I think there's 9.
Yeah, I don't know how many goofy ones got themselves.
Right? And each presidential candidate gets 16 minutes to speak during the nomination. Yeah. Well, that 15 minutes to make them out easy, right? So each 4 of them is an hour.
And then it wouldn't even matter. Yeah.
And that's just a nomination. That isn't even this voting time. If a candidate wins on the very first round, after 2 hours and then 1 hour waiting, that 3 hours is the only 3 hours. So you believe a candidate's going to win on the first round, which, by the way, is just your first presidential convention. That never happened.
Jordan, thank you so much for all you've done.
We're ourselves back.
Good. Yeah.
That's okay. I was just over there making sure that everything ran instead of actually down here making sure you guys didn't fuck it up. I know it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you. You're representing the entire body right now. Please. I love you both.
You had this information before.
I'd like to move that while we have downtime between vote counts going on, that we have the presidential nomination.
They're trying to, I already did that. They're trying not to, but now they've said C-SPAN won't be here tomorrow, and they want and the presidential candidates want their nominating speeches to be on C-SPAN.
Well, then they should do it now.
No, they want the nomination speeches to be on C-SPAN. C-SPAN's not here. So for that to happen,
They're not going to happen at all.
happen tomorrow morning at 9.
Oh, C-SPAN will be here tomorrow morning.
It's on our website.
Okay, in that case, the other candidates.
Exactly, but I mean it's not business. So why can't we have the yeah. Yeah.
They had a miscount.
But yet we can't do any business while they're still balloting. And so Georgia apparently had some kind of something. They're still balloting. Tallying is separate from balloting. So once all the ballots have been turned in, that's when tallying starts. But we have to wait for all the states. There's two
Just gotta wait for Georgia.
Right. We can't do anything until Georgia finishes. That's my time.
My cousin. I'm just very excited.
I'm here in case you need to say something.
But it looks worse to you, Mimi, because you're so short. You know, it looks like I'm yelling down.
Start singing opera.
Close, guys. Is he from LA? Las Vegas, yeah.
Everybody, please quiet down very quickly. There's an announcement at microphone 1.
Hello. Sorry to hog the mic again. Jim Fulner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Tomorrow evening, starting at 7:30 p.m., is the biannual Povetarian Pizza Banquet to be held in the lobby opposite the big donor presidential gala. Please come, eat as much pizza as you can, and donate as much so we can buy as much pizza as we can. You can give cash directly to myself or Mr. Danke in the Wisconsin delegation, or donate online at tinyurl.com/pizza banquet. That's Sunday, tomorrow night, 7:30 to 10 p.m. in the lobby. Thank you.
That's what I want to do. We need to get Georgia's over there screwing up this mountain. They're in your region. Grab, pay them, and go make it do the job.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege on mic 4.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to call for ballots. You will have 10 more minutes to turn your ballots in.
Could I just ask Michelle Lavoie Freeman to report the Oklahoma delegation?
Everybody, please quiet down for a second. Karen Ann has to explain something to you.
Excuse me, everyone. Delegation chairs. When you are handing out and you are also retrieving ballots, it is upon you to control your delegation, meaning you only give a ballot to somebody who has one of these buttons on. Because there's been concerns that the floor is not hygienic. That doesn't mean any of you are dirty. It just means that there's non-delegates on the floor. And you collect only one index card from that person with a button. Someone without a button, even if they say they check in, they got to go straighten that out with credentials. Cool?
Good time. I was looking for coffee, couldn't find any. They said Georgia had a problem with theirs, somebody else.
Madam Secretary. Microphone 1, Madam Secretary. You can stay at your seat. Okay. I'm from the delegation of California, not Nevada.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're seated with California. Thank you.
Given how long this is taking, holding off would make it tomorrow morning, okay?
What are you lining up to do here? I'm just standing in line. Just blocking the line. Are you prepared in case they call on you? To do what? I don't know. If you guys need me to say something, I'll say it. I'm just wondering what. I was curious because I've been standing here a long time. That's what they were all doing this. That's what they were. Huh? That's what they were all doing this morning. So just talking to me. Yeah.
5-minute warning. We're closing balloting in 5 minutes.
It's Georgia that's holding it up. Georgia's holding it up. It looks like they're breaking up, so.
What?
Looks like they're breaking up. They were huddled all together. So they should be done soon.
Where the hell hopes?
Apparently they submitted an extra ballot or something that wasn't marked.
It was kind of different because our entire morning was business meeting. 20
It's not coming? We don't know. That's ours, by Saturday?
On Saturday, yeah, this was Orlando.
I expect the show.
Just curious, how long have you been waiting for microphone one? This whole recess or even longer?
I mean, longer than that.
Wow.
I've just been,
And they just randomly then say, yes, speak?
well, I haven't called one. The main reason why I was here. The main reason I was here was because I was anticipating more of the same. So I just went through the call.
Got it. That makes sense. I'm gonna get in line. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
It was actually here. Yeah. So a lot of people need to do that. They sure did that.
Okay, so
I wasn't there.
Excuse me, everyone. Hush, hush. It appears all of the ballots have been turned in, and we should have the results within a couple of minutes. All right. So now, I believe we will proceed with the motion on the floor made by Mr. Ferreira of California.
Mr. Chairman, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Mr. Chairman, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. I move to postpone consideration of this motion until the election for LNC chair is finished.
Well, there is already a motion on the floor. 1 second.
What the fuck? No, that doesn't make any sense. That one doesn't. Why would we just sit on our fucking hands? Oh yeah. It's all part of it. I want him at the mic before I say something. I don't want to call him when they're discussing.
That's exactly right. It's an extra
Yeah.
step. I don't know why that motion was made there. I don't understand the thought behind not doing anything at all for another hour. Yeah.
AV. Where is AV? We need the secretary's screen turned off for a moment.
Mr. Chair, point of order, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Nick Sosowski, delegate, Pennsylvania. The motion to reconsider is out of order. Roberts 35-2, number 8. A negative vote on these motions can be reconsidered.
Everybody, please quiet down. Shh. Thank you, thank you.
Roberts 35-2, motions to rescind and amend something previously adopted. Number 8, a negative vote on these motions can be reconsidered, but not an affirmative vote. So this whole motion to reconsider is out of order.
I do not.
You'd have to
Yes.
re-amend.
I believe you're looking at rescind, not reconsider.
The original motion was a motion to amend something previously adopted.
It was a motion to reconsider something previously adopted, not to rescind something previously adopted.
It was to amend something previously adopted.
We can have the secretary's screen come back up, please. Looks like we have the results. This is getting out of hand. We need to see it down here and on the 2 large screens closer to the stage, please. And here is our secretary.
Okay, everyone, I am going to scroll slowly, state by state. We also have monitors here if you want to come look closely. This is where you get another chance to make sure your state totals look okay before I show the results. So I will start scrolling very, very slowly.
Madam Chair, are there additional rows below this that show the number of votes allocated per that each state is entitled to? No, read the row 3 is the ballots cast. Where's the language that says, where's the row that would show?
One moment, please.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
Madam Secretary, just to confirm, we don't have a number of registered delegates per state here, right? Just the total allocations that they could in theoretically have? It's the total allocation. So basically, the total at the bottom, that probably add up to like 1,051 or something like that, whereas we only have... All right, so we do not have... Thank you.
Okay, well, can we get to see who fucking, what the totals are?
Does anybody need to see their states again, or are we ready for the results? We'll keep... Just go to the result. Go to the results. I think
I believe the threshold is 5%.
5%. Remember the motion
5%, right? 5.86 qualifies. Right? Right?
Point of order. Microphone 3.
He stays in. Right, he stays in.
All right, those are the results. And there was a point of order.
Withdrawn. Withdrawn.
Microphone 3.
Point
Everybody,
of order
please quiet down. Quiet down, please. Shh. Microphone 3.
The point of order is withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. All righty. So, round 2. Let's go. And Mr. Pizzata has been eliminated.
Do we get to hear from him?
We will be at ease until further notice.
Point of information, microphone 4, Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Oh, wait, here he goes, here he goes.
I have just been informed by Mr. Nikela that he will be dropping. Mr. Nikela, would you like to speak? And Mr. Basada, you are allowed to speak as well. I believe that's 2 minutes each?
I
Is that
withdraw.
something? Okay, I'll give
Mr.
I'll
Chair.
give 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, it's Ken Moment at microphone 3.
Mr. Moment.
I would also like to announce that I am withdrawing from the race.
All righty. If you would like to speak, please come up to the stage. Reset the timer. Mr. Nikela.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to serve the party that I love and a room full of amazing people. I've got one thing to say for the next chair of the party. I've got a 2-year-old daughter, and oftentimes I think about where we're headed as a country, where we're headed globally, and the Libertarian Party's place to be the centrifugal force of liberty in this country to make a real, tangible difference in our lifetimes. But I'll be honest with you, one thing that I disagree with that's often perpetuated by the Libertarian Party is this idea that we're going to achieve freedom within our lifetimes. Ask yourself honestly if you think in 20, 30 years down the road, we're all going to be sitting around smoking cigars, drinking cocktails, that we overthrew tyranny, we won, it's all over, we've achieved freedom. No. The process of fighting for freedom is a generational process. And I want this organization to be there for my daughter to pick up when she's older, to keep the fight going for freedom, for a freer world, for my children, for your children, for all of our children. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Mr. Basada.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Through no fault of their own, the misguided Zionists, their neocons, and the economically ignorant masses are once again inadvertently destroying freedom, just like the Bolsheviks did. We American libertarians, standing on the shoulders of Rothbard and fellow Austrians, are the best freedom fighters in the world. It is up to us to untangle the fallacies which lead to the hatreds and lead a freedom reconquista. In 1964, Henry Hazlitt, the author of The Great Economics in One Lesson, gave a speech in the presence of Mises and other leading freedom fighters and educators, which wonderfully captures the civilization-saving atlas-like ethos of the Austrians. I quote from a great speech he gave. He says, "We haven't been good enough." I am going to give what is no doubt a terribly oversimplified answer to that question. In the first place, we are almost hopelessly outnumbered. Our voices are simply drowned out in the general tumult and clamor. But there is another reason, and this reason is hard to say, above all to an audience of this sort, which contains some of the most brightest writers and minds of the fields of economics, jurisprudence, and politics, not only of this age, but of any age. But the hard thing must be said, that collectively, we haven't been good enough. We haven't convinced the majority. Is this because the majority just won't listen to reason? I am enough of an optimist, and I have enough faith in human nature to believe that people will listen to reason if they are convinced that it is reason. Somewhere, there must be some missing argument, something we haven't seen clearly enough or said clearly enough, or perhaps just not said often enough. A minority is in a very awkward position. The individuals in it can't be just as good as the individuals in the majority. If they hope to convert the majority, they have to be much better. And the smarter the minority, the better they have to be. They have to think better, they have to know more, they have to write better, they have to have better controversial manners. Above all, they have to have far more courage, and they have to be infinitely patient. None of us is yet on the torture rack. We are not yet in jail. We're getting various harassments and annoyances, but what we mainly risk is merely our popularity, the danger that we will be called nasty names. So before we are in the position of Winston Smith, we can surely have enough courage to keep saying that 2 + 2 = 4. This is the duty that is laid upon us. We have a duty to speak more clearly and courageously, to work harder, and to keep fighting this battle while the strength is still with us. But I can do no better than to read the words of the great economist. Oh, we're done. Thank you.
All righty. If Mr. Seebeck could talk to... Oh, never mind. All right. Mr. Ken Moment.
I think it'll be good for you.
If everybody could please keep it down while we have our speakers speaking. Thanks.
Microphone 1. Starchild, I'd like to make a move to suspend the rules.
Not right now, please. We have a speaker.
Isn't a motion to suspend the rules in order when they haven't started speaking yet?
You are not recognized at this time. Please allow Mr. Moment to give his speech.
All right. Hi, everybody. This was the crappiest campaign I've ever run, and I apologize for subjecting you all to it.
If I had planned this, there would have been a lot more. And even though it was not planned, there were a lot of really good people that supported me. A lot of last minute stuff went on, some really cool stickers. I really appreciate everyone's support. Actually, I appreciate the honesty of those that said, hey, I love you, but I'm voting for whoever. There are no hard feelings. I ask that everyone vote their conscience, do the right thing. I am a libertarian. I know that I do not respond well to people telling me what to do. This little sticker right here, if y'all can't read it, this is my official permit. I do what I want. I will say, just in case people ask, because I don't have to answer a million times, I do plan on casting this ballot for Mark Rutherford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molman. We will continue to be at ease while the ballots are in process.
Microphone 1, Mr. Chair.
We are at ease. You are not recognized right now.
Could I have a point of information as to how long we're going to remain at ease?
Estimate of how long that's going to be, I don't know. What's your suspend the rules, by the way? I'm curious. I want to eliminate or at least cut shorter the speeches that we allow.
We will be at ease until all of the delegation chairs have turned in their ballots. And then we will continue with business.
But we could use the time to start hearing from candidates for other offices or bylaws or platform. Any number of things could be done during that time, you know? I just feel I'd like to eliminate the practice in general. It's nothing to do with these specific candidates. I mean, are you checking ballots, Elizabeth? Meredith?
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Point of information, microphone 1.
George is up there.
You could come up and speak to me. I would rather keep the mics clear at this time. Thanks.
He said, I don't know, he just texted Mike back. Sean grabbed mine.
Microphone 3, point of privilege. We have security blocking delegates from coming back in to vote. I don't know how we'll attend to that, but just please be aware. Thank you.
Are they voting again? Excuse me?
Yeah, it's round 2.
Everyone, we have an announcement at microphone 1. It's about access to the stairwell. Please quiet down for a second.
Yeah, hi. I've been up and down twice already. If anybody is stuck up there and they don't know how to get down because the escalator to this area is blocked, all you've got to do is tell the people who are stuck up there, find the line of people who are not libertarians who are waiting to see Trump. It's going around the other side. There's a stairwell that'll dump you off right in front of all the other vendors. But you take that stairwell up and down, you're not blocked. Just so you know, let your delegates who think they're blocked know. They just got to follow the MAGA people. Only this one time though. After that, no more.
Thank you.
Are they going to make sure that they can't get in line till we're seated? That the Trump people, if there's that many?
I have no idea.
Fucking message Angela.
I mean, you could probably just walk up and ask her.
I was just going to text her. She's on her phone anyway.
Yeah, but she's probably got a dozen other people
Yeah.
she's talking to.
Angela might get mad though if I do. Because they're tagging all the votes. I think. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
It is.
I just broke my convention chair.
It's the same thing with Biden supporters. It's not that they actually like Biden, it's that they really hate Trump.
Oh, there are a few. And I've run into them while petitioning, and they actually like Biden. And I know we can't fathom this.
Well, I think that's not the reason he won. Maybe people hate Trump is the only reason he won. He's a voting problem.
Very even keel. voter gravity is supposed to be. So I negotiated for voter gravity. So basically what's supposed to happen is so the presidential candidates would get access to voter gravity for free for all 50 states. So like when Luke here runs for a county controller seat and door knocks and gets all this information, us at the LPPA, because county affiliate can see it, us at the LPPA can see it, national can see the notes, and that presidential candidate can see the notes, as well as the Senate candidate who's running for Congress. So we centralize our notes.
Like, is it voluntary with the candidate, or is it
but it's only shared with the LP.
So I could see some voters saying, I want you to have it and nobody else.
But if they want the LNC discount, then they have to sign that agreement. They can pay full price. You get a 50% discount. And the presidential candidate gets it for free. So I don't think he's going to want to pay. To put it this way, to get all of Pennsylvania if we wanted to for full price is $1,500. Now Pennsylvania is a much bigger. We got actually more. Actually, it's bigger than 50%. It's like so statewide is $1,500 a PA. We paid $200. Because some of them are 50%. Like the local races end up being 50. It's weird. It's perfect. The type of race. The discount fluctuates. You know, what the average donors are. Like a township supervisor, like my wife's race, she's not going to get more than 10,000 in donations. So hers is $50 off. Whereas, let's say in the school board race, the minimum price is $50. But like a state like Pennsylvania, like a statewide race, we have 14 million something registered voters or some shit like that, 11 million or some shit. That's a much higher voter base. In voter gravity, I mean, you could break it down to I only want to target versus I want to target cops. I want to target pro-weed. No, so it's a company in Virginia that is owned by a Republican and a Libertarian. They do work with the RNC and the DNC, but in our contract, everything's compartmentalized. So they can't see anything we can see. In the contract, they also made it available that any candidate at the end of their race can export their data. So you can keep your shit on a flash drive on printing. You always have access to it, even if you don't pay for the gravity.
For a statewide race, 1,500 is pretty reasonable.
Oh yeah.
For that kind of info, that's pretty reasonable.
But 200 is a lot of easy.
Alright, so what has to happen?
Just fill out. So they didn't do a good job advertising it right here, but on the LNC website now, there's a link for how to grab it and resources. You have to sign a non-disclosure agreement and a data use policy. And I get an email, and right now it's me, Angela, and the whole, the chair of candidacy. It's me, Josh Thomas, and Angela. And then the LNC reps for candidacy. Right now it's Dustin Reed and shit.
Handsome. You changed a bit.
Yeah, grew my hair out some.
Took all my hair away.
Yeah.
Must have took it over from me. No, I say it all ran down to here.
Possibly.
You gotta start now.
I have a signal chat with all of them.
Paging Josh Lavka. Dr. Lavka. If you see Josh, the chair of the Credentials Committee. Oh, there he is. Thank you, thank you.
Correct them all. maximally utilize the presidential campaign for the good of the party, because especially with Kennedy in the race, we're not getting votes, we're not getting a certain percentage, we're not getting electoral votes. It's about getting the data and his message. Also, I mean, keep in mind, Macy's Caucus, he's our independent candidate.
Yeah, but I want to know why.
Okay. Yeah. But also,
he wasn't very convincing on that question about the electability aspect. So far, you've actually said more than he has.
okay. Yeah, I didn't catch the whole thing. I had to go to the
I
bathroom.
had to go through like 5 water stations. They're all empty. And
I'm
one of
not
them's
surprised.
blocked by Secret Service barricades.
I'm not surprised.
I literally went to the concert and was like, you guys gotta give us water.
So, all right, we're not going to get electoral votes. I get it.
Right. And when you say electability, what do you mean by that?
Well, just how are you more potent at getting votes, period, than the other candidates in an independent race?
Okay. So I would say that for me, it's not like this year especially. We can't go by the votes because we're going to get slaughtered. Because again, it's not just that Trump is it's Trump versus Biden.
And they're both hated.
They're both hated. Well, Biden is very hated. So is Trump. It's very partisan, but also there is a major independent candidate with the name Kennedy, who is potentially going to get more ballot access than we are.
Not now, anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Even if you think the votes
We are at election.
would matter normally, this 1 year, because I believe it was what was the year that the other independent candidate who did win some electoral votes, he was the third guy on the stage back in the 90s.
No, it just
I'm talking about Ross Perot. Yes.
In the electoral votes, he got 19% nationwide.
Okay.
But he didn't win a single state.
Okay. Then I don't know. I must have been thinking of some other. I must have been thinking of some other. Okay. But forget the electoral vote part. But the candidate that year was, like you said, he got a very, very low percentage. It's been a little while. I don't remember the exact numbers.
Are you talking Gary?
No, I'm talking about the LP candidate who was running in the main election as Ross Perot.
He got an electoral vote.
No. I was wrong.
So, the candidate.
But I think it was like it was less than 1% of the actual vote. I forget what it was, but it was very low.
Well, Harry Brown went against Ross Perot one of them. Ross Perot was in 92 and again in 96. Harry Brown was in 96 in 2000.
Okay. Well, you bring up Harry Brown. I think it was Operation Archimedes that said that that was about harvesting the data from the presidential run in order to get more members, and the party had the most members that it had ever had. I believe back in the 2000s. So, I mean, I know Rec has already said he's sharing data. Other candidates have also done so, to be fair. But he's the one who emphasizes decentralization and localization, which I think ultimately is the only practical way we can proceed politically. I think at the national level we're pretty much it's no go for foreseeable future. I don't know. Were you at the Dave Smith luncheon today?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember what he said? We have some local races we can win. We have some state races where
make the difference.
where we cover the spread, and we have some.
By the way, I like that term. Good footballs will cover the spread. That's good.
Yep. And the national level is the platform to get out our message. So, if it's been a long week. as you can imagine. And so, if the idea of the Rectum Wall campaign is just to emphasize, like, hey, we need to emphasize, decentralization and localization. Obviously, talk about national issues, of course, but like emphasize that that's the way to go forward, and also, harvest the data to bring more members into the party. So, and I think also like his background makes him unique.
Everyone's unique.
Yeah.
He's a professor.
Everyone's unique. Well, his thing is he actually got canceled from his university job because he ran a Twitter account called the Anti-Woke Prop.
Did he get exposed or did
It did.
Oh yeah.
And yes, he got canceled for that.
That's all it takes.
Well, yeah.
It's beyond the field of like.
I don't think the ballots are even in yet, are they?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, yeah. Okay.
Last year.
Given how whoa.
Last year I did a coding review early on, like March or something. And I joined this one. It spent many months to get in. Left my full-time job ready. They have this Slack channel and all that. Even though we haven't started it. And they just had introductions. They said, okay, just say your name, where you're from, pronouns, something else, your favorite movie. And all I did was said my name, left out the pronoun bit, and said everything else. Before you know it, a week and a half later, I get an email that says, hey, we just want to review the contract with you. Are you free? I was like, sure. And for some reason, I didn't have my guard up. As skeptical as I tend to be. I thought, I haven't DM'd anyone anything. I've instigated nothing. I have zero intent to either message anyone or even hinted at being political. I'm here to learn. And nonetheless, I get on the call and they said, hey, someone showed us Twitter that had like 2 followers. And we found these tweets. So we have to review these things real quick. And I couldn't believe it, skeptical as I was, that that's all it took. I thought I would have had to have sent someone something that was in any way personally offensive for them to then want to dig into, like, find me on Google or whatever. But it didn't even take that. It took nothing. So, yeah, it's hoping this is turned around, but that doesn't surprise me. There's issues.
Long time as committed Marxist. He went through like all the schools of Marxism, which a lot of people have been using against him. I actually think that to his credit, because he knows like the left very well. He's written a lot of books. I'm not sorry.
We are currently waiting on 2 states. No. Should I say? Texas and New York. Be nice.
They did this before too. It might.
We got ours in. No.
So
Request for information, please. Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
I thought credentials closed at 1:30. How are we getting an update, please?
We didn't get an update after lunch.
I've got an announcement at microphone 2.
I thought we did.
Microphone 2.
New York is submitting its ballots as I speak.
Okay, thank you. Where is Texas? They still doing their thing? I assume they are still counting in Texas. Yes, they are.
Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone 3. Microphone 3. Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone 3, point of personal privilege. Mr. Vice Chairman, microphone 3, point of personal privilege. Or, excuse me, request for information.
Can you please speak up?
Yes, sir. Request for information, microphone 3.
Everybody, please quiet down a second.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Nathan Madden from Arizona, is taxation theft?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
That was important, very important.
I mean, it's not a motion. It's just, you know, it's not.
So what was that?
That was
Point of inquiry.
Point of personal privilege.
Or something.
That was an yeah. That was a silly inquiry.
I mean, that's a joke.
Well, they won 8 years ago. At the convention, they resolved that taxation
Oh,
is
I
that.
don't think they were doing that.
Well,
It's a good thing we get to redefine it 4 times every 2 years. Just in case.
I didn't like it then. It's maybe extortion.
Mr. Chair, point of information, microphone 1.
Angela, your presence is requested immediately. I don't know where you are. I will also text and call you, but we need you up front now, please.
I have yet to
if it's the case is that a lot of these, even the questions they asked were largely softball because although they sound extreme amongst these people, it's a consensus. Which three-letter agencies do you use? Well, I do the CIA, I do the Fed. Next person, I do the Fed. Next person, and the Fed. So I mean, we're radicals, but we're all fairly radical. It's not exactly a debate if we're just agreeing on everything.
5:30 was supposed to end business, but the next order was presidential debate, 6 to 7:30, so we have an hour and a half to add extra in there to extension. If the body wants to do it, but that's...
Here's the thing. I've been mainly waiting here to call orders of the day. So
orders of the day.
I'm also technically second in line. We have a friendly situation.
Okay.
If someone has an interest,
I was just wanting to make a point of information.
we're basically just doing the same thing.
Yeah, no, it's like, come on, let's get on with this shit.
But the catch of that,
So here's the thing, we have time to vote for presidential candidates in the space of that debate instead. So that we can have a candidate response after Trump. Because I think that would be valuable while we do have media here.
The problem is, I don't think we're. The problem is, Nick. The problem is, what I've heard is, it's going to take us it would take us an hour for everyone to get through security to see Trump. So if we do that,
then it's just cutting it close.
Well,
Trump security is going to be lighter than RFK.
Somehow the Secret Service isn't going to have the same scanners that RFK.
But here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. The presidential debate not being business meant that it wasn't as important to keep everyone corralled, so people would probably just go off and get dinner or whatever. We're talking about continuing actual business, or so.
So here's the thing. It's no. We already did that.
We did that this
What
morning.
we're saying, what he's saying is that like we have time there now.
There's a spot in the original proposed schedule.
We have an hour and a half.
Oh, that's an hour and a half.
So what time is the Trump thing supposed to start? It's supposed to start at 8. That was supposed to end at 7:30. Here's the thing.
Angela.
If we get in at 7.
Angela.
Yeah.
So we would go an extra hour.
She was requested there.
Go an extra hour.
What is going on?
5:30. So we wouldn't go an hour and a half.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
Nick. I want to know what is going on.
Hannah's one of like the admin people, so she probably just has some. Like she's helping with all the credentialing and all the registrations and like.
Request for information, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Joe Carl White, Texas. There's information going around right now, it needs to be confirmed or squashed, that delegates our delegates have to be seated for the Trump speech by 5:30, or else they will release those seats to general entrance. Is that true?
1 second.
Listen to this.
It's not correct, and I was in the middle of dealing with it when I was called back urgently to address it before I finished fixing your line and your rope and stanchion. So I'm going to let the vice chair continue with the gavel while I go check out the seating arrangements, but everything looks fine right now. Thank you, guys.
Tell them that.
All right, everybody. I believe that Texas should be done here shortly. So, they're right there. All right, so if we could quiet down and please find our seats, that would be great.
Ooh.
We are finding our seats and quieting down.
Request for information from microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Do we have media personnel in the room right now? And if so, are we going to have more or less personnel in the room tomorrow?
Could you say that again, please?
Do we have media personnel in the room at this moment? And if so, will there be more personnel tomorrow or not?
Personally, I do not know. I've been up here all day, and this is all that I know right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Microphone
Nope.
3, point of
No,
personal
no.
privilege.
No, we are going to hear an updated credentials report. Thanks.
We have no idea when you're talking. Please control the room before you announce things.
Can everybody please be quiet? That hurt my ears. All right. Are you ready? Turn the mic on.
Can you guys hear me okay?
You get use the mic.
All right. Gotta use my big boy voice because the mic isn't working here.
Use the mic.
It's working? All right. Never mind. It works now.
Adjourning.
Ladies and gentlemen here, just want to give an updated credentials report here. Currently, we have 935 delegates checked in. That makes quorum 374, a majority 468, 2/3 is 624, and then a 7/8 vote, if we even have to get to that, is 819. Thank you.
Thank you.
All of the teller sheets are in. Excuse me, I am getting tired. They are just doing their double checks, and we will have results in a few moments.
And while we wait, I believe there was a motion to postpone the motion to reconsider. And I forget who made that motion.
Point of information, microphone 3, Nicholas Conrad.
Could microphone 3 please speak up and state your name?
Microphone 3, Nicholas Conrad from Alaska.
Everybody shush, please.
Point of information, I have the wallet of Kevin C. Reed. Would you please, Kevin, if you're in the room, come to the Alaska delegation to collect your wallet?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, microphone 2.
Microphone 2?
Yeah, you were asking about my motion to postpone. This is Arthur DiBianco from Texas.
Yes.
I made the motion to postpone the motion to reconsider. I mean, I think it'd be best just to wait until we have the results and then decide what to do, because it might be moot.
Okay. We should have the results in a few minutes. Oh, and we need to turn off the secretary's screens.
Hey. Hey, point of information. Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Hi, I'm Nathan Cole from New Jersey. I used to live in Maryland.
Everybody, please quiet down.
I was here during the height of COVID hysteria, when we were required to use an app to people were required to use an app to prove they deserve to eat indoors. Every place in DC except for one went along with this. It's the big board. It's on H and 5th Street in Northeast. I recommend all of y'all please go eat there and leave them a big tip to thank them for what they did in standing up against COVID hysteria.
Thank you. And here we have the results. Never mind. Never mind my never mind.
Mr. Chair, request for information.
1 second, please. The secretary is going to slowly scroll so we can see the results.
It's not a cakewalk. I think your gal's gonna make it. It's not. She's got 50% of the one already. So far, no. Tony wrote himself in. Noda's got 3. I think it's better if she wins. I actually think she could be great. I don't think it's her call. Literally, Angela's. We're keeping her out of it right now. Okay. allocated though. What happened? You have 40 That's bad. Pennsylvania goes big. Texas. She's got it. That looks to me like 54%. Just. All right.
Does anybody, and this probably won't be helpful, but does anybody need the secretary to scroll again? Let's just do it.
Could the secretary please
What
scroll
state?
again for Arizona?
Colorado.
Arizona, please.
And Arizona. Is Arizona satisfied? Do you want the reveal? All righty. Congrats to Ms. McCardle. Mr. Rutherford, would you like to come speak? Mr. Rutherford. Here he comes. We will hear from Mr. Rutherford for 2 minutes.
Thank you, everybody. Thank all of you who supported me. Thank all of you who supported Angela. This is an important convention where we get together and make tough decisions. I thank you all for doing that. It's been a great experience, and I wish the Libertarian Party all the best in the world. Thank you much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford.
Mr. Chairman, microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, this is Arthur DiBianca from Texas. My understanding is that my motion to postpone is now moot.
Okay. I will be passing the gavel back.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, guys. Now, I'm so sorry. Someone was at the microphone speaking. Who was speaking?
I would like to speak.
At microphone.
Request for information, Madam Chair. Microphone 4.
Okay, microphone 4. Thank you.
Mark Tippett, two-time gubernatorial candidate from the great state of Texas. I have a request for information, but first of all, unlike Trump, I do recognize the results of this election. Congratulations, Madam Chair. My request for information is as follows. I just got back from where the Trump event is going to be, and the people that are ushering them in, they said that first they are going to usher in the media, and then the Libertarians have priority up until 5:30, and then after that all the maggots get to go in. I mean, MAGAs get to go in.
Okay.
Is that correct?
No. I just spoke with a member of the team who is doing a rope and stanchion or something to reserve seating for our delegates. Now, and there's not a 5:30 cutoff anyway. Now, what I do recommend is that we try to get in the room sooner than later, because we're going to have a pre-show with some Libertarian speakers, some of whom have already spoken at this convention, and our candidates are also going to have an opportunity, at least afterwards, and I'm working out before right now. And there is also going to be a straw poll, and I believe AV will be able to get that QR code up right now, but it already exists and it's been tested. It will take about 1 hour to get 1,200 people through. I discussed it at length with them. They can do 400 people an hour per check. It will go faster if you leave your purse, if it's very full and heavy and full of crap like mine is, in another room. Don't take in weapons and stuff like that. Just, I know it sucks.
To clarify, the roped off section, Madam Chair, the roped off section that you're talking about,
Yes.
is it a roped off section in front?
I haven't seen it, but I did ask for it to be at the front.
For the delegates, because I paid almost $800 to go to that.
It is.
So
in fact, I was actually up there organizing it all when I was called back here for something else. And I would like to go back up there and continue making sure that we have the best seats in the House.
What is the best time to get there?
The best time to get there is between 5:30 and 6. Oh, look, the straw poll is up too. It's available. I think the best time to get there is between 5:30 and 6. That'll give you time to see the pre-show. We've got Dave Smith, we've got Matt Taibbi, and we've got Clint Russell, who are going to give us a talk beforehand.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3. That was bit.ly. One second.
Thank you.
Let me read this straw poll, and then you can, once it's very simple, you'll figure it out. It's bit.ly/LNC 2024 Pres poll. But let's get that on the screen. Oh, I bet our secretary actually could be the one to do that. Okay, fantastic. Microphone 3.
Madam Chair, Dustin Nana from Ohio. I move to adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Beautiful.
Madam Chair, a point of privilege from microphone 1.
State your point of privilege, please.
It could turn into a motion to suspend the rules. It's possible.
Then no.
But
we're
it
gonna
is
hear
to
the point of
rectify an
privilege.
injustice.
Motion to adjourn does not get kicked aside.
So at some point,
Is it air conditioning?
now it is to allow the vice presidential candidates who were denied
order.
the chance to sometime
It's out of
before
order. Thank you.
to be in.
Okay, we're going to go back to Mr. Nana's adjournment motion. There were definitely some seconds in the room. If you're interested in adjourning, would you like to just stand and say aye? Beautiful. Is anyone opposed? All right, the ayes have it.
All right, we did it.
We're adjourned. So here's what's going to happen. I want you guys to vote in this straw poll. And it's because we need to know who you want on the stage to give a press conference. It's our presidential candidates, a press conference based on their performance in the straw poll debate. Who do you want on stage afterwards? It's approval voting. It's approval voting.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Can you please state your name and let me know what microphone you're at?
Microphone 3, Arizona, Nathan Madden.
Thank you, Nathan Madden.
An urgent request for information. Was this motion a general motion to adjourn?
No, this was an adjournment until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
All right, this poll is going to be open for an hour. So we have an hour. So you have a lot of time to consider it and to vote. This is going to help us decide who gets on the stage right after Trump. It's going to be the most media coverage we've ever gotten. It is an amazing opportunity, so choose carefully. We want to take very good care of our candidates.
Joshua.
Excuse me.
please reserve voting to delegates, people who watch the straw poll, and so on and so forth. Do not, actually, I can tell you that it's one vote per person, and we can track it if you do, and we will send you a vote. You will get an email that you're a terrible person if you vote twice, because we can track it.
I gotta go into my room for a couple minutes, make a call to my wife and kid. So I need a half hour.
It's really tough.
Mark, you gonna go get a picture with Trump? You gotta get a picture with Trump. That's my goal.
But